And we are live. Hi everyone. Hi DK. How are you? How's everyone doing today? We're just getting the shop set up, so it'll be a minute or two, but oh, we got a lot of people in here. Okay, let's see. Our webcam is frozen, so we're gonna fix that. There you go. That's working. Perfect. Let's do a quick little check. Workshop. Big camera is working. Mobile camera is pointing at nothing, but it's working. Our plans camera is working. I think we're in good. I think we're in a good spot here, chat. So we're back to this page. Last week we finished building this. Now we have to disassemble this so that we can clean up and deburr and do all that good stuff we need to do. I do want to check one thing real quick though. Yep, okay, I think we're okay. So yeah, we're gonna take apart this panel we have here on this picture, which is that piece back here. And we're going to basically deburr everything. That's gonna take a little while. I'm gonna have to do some other setup in the garage with like the deburring wheels and a few other things with the grinding wheel, but we should hopefully have an assembled piece here in the next couple of hours. Keep in mind, I am baking a loaf of bread, so I will have to take a break here in about 3 hours to shape the bread. If you want to look at how that started, it's on my Instagram, so feel free to follow the socials. We are attempting something we've never done before, as is most of my bread. Most of the time it's stuff I haven't done before. We are attempting to make a pizza sourdough loaf. That's what we're attempting. Whether it works, who knows, but that's what we're trying to do. So images are on the grab. We'll have to take like I said, we'll have to take a break around the 3 hour period. We're gonna do this like we did the other side. We're probably going to clean everything up, deburr everything that makes sense, other than the pieces that haven't been final drilled yet. And then we're going to put it all back together and rivet the crap out of this thing. Or what actually does get riveted, because there are a couple items that don't get riveted, so we got to be cognizant of that. But we are going to clean up the holes, because if they're 1/8 holes already, I think they just don't want us to assemble it until we have the wing box structure in place. So we are going to deburr all of those and get all those ready. So I am hoping today is kind of a semi-short day, and I have some time to take care of some stuff around the house. I'm doing some stuff tomorrow too, but we'll see. It'll take what it'll take, and we should be done with this page after today. And then we've got to figure out whether we're going to stream next week or whether I'm going to take Saturday next week to basically reorganize the garage, because the next page after this, we're going to have to take these panels right here. And let me move my mobile camera so you have an idea. we're gonna have to take those panels right there, and if you look right behind me, that big tail section, we're gonna have to put that horizontal again, and we attach these forward panels to that panel right there. And in order to do that, because I have that gym equipment and other stuff in the way, and all that stuff over there, I've got to literally like reorganize this whole garage where I'm putting those wings, all that good stuff. I may honestly even take down the rack, but we'll see. But I've got to permanently put that piece horizontal for now, so I can attach those other pieces. So we're gonna see how we're gonna do that, and we're gonna hope for the best. And yeah, but I don't think I'm gonna do that on stream, or if I do that on stream, it's kind of just gonna be a hangout, just chatting that we do. Where I'll kind of just be on comms, we'll do this thing, I'll check it every 5 or 10 minutes or whatever, and we'll kind of just hang out on next Saturday. But most likely, if we finish this part today, I don't think we're building next Saturday. We'll look at the next page when we're done, and yeah, we'll figure out what we're gonna do with all that nonsense. But that is not what we're doing today. Today, we get to finish building this beautiful piece. So this piece right here will be done today. This page will be done. Once this page is done, we are done with this part. So I am very excited to be done with another page and making the plane look like a plane, because there's going to be a lot of work to do after this, but it's all going to be in that piece that we're not really going to be able to move around much, because I'm only one person. And I'm going to see if I can get one of the neighbors to help me set up or something, but I'm really going to need help for the next set of pieces, because they're so big that I can't move them by myself. I have a friend of mine in that lives down here that just moved recently back, so I might be able to get his very large self to come hang out, but I don't know for sure. I'm gonna have to beg, borrow, steal, prod, and see what I can do to get people to help me, because the parts are getting to the point where until I get the landing gear and I can put the plane on wheels, I'm going to be pretty limited in what I can do, and I may have to take down the gym equipment. I really hope I don't have to take down the gym equipment, but if I have to, what I can do is, if you look over here, I have that gym equipment there. What I can do is if I remove this piece here and that piece there and lift it off the ground, I think I can just lay this flat against the wall over there, and I just have to find room for all this stuff. But I've got so much gym equipment there anyways that I don't know how much space we're gonna have. We also have some floor panels that I haven't put in the floor yet that I'm probably gonna take care of and put in the floor, because they're taking up space. That'll help with the reorganization of all this. But yeah, that's the long-term plan. Let's get to building. First thing we're gonna do, literally take a picture of where we started and then disassemble everything, because that's what we do here. We take pictures for the FAA and then take things apart. But how are you doing? How has things been with you, DK? I feel like it's been about a week. I want to be careful with how I do this, because I've already ripped up the crap out of the plans, because there's some sharp corners on one of these pieces. The way I tilted it before wasn't a problem, but on this piece it is. And the other thing I want to do is I want to set up this camera here to give you guys a wide shot. So we're going to do that, because I think that's a better view. Yeah, there you go. What do you guys feel? How do you guys feel about that? Let's just slide this over. Can I slide this over this way? Oh, not like that. Sorry, chat. I know. And we'll do that. And I think that is a fairly good view. I think we can work with that. You guys can see this part over here. When I'm working over here, you guys can see me in the big picture. If you guys want the overhead, let me know, but we're kind of just taking things apart, so oh, you know what I should get? I should get my bags of Clicos. I gotta put all these Clicos away and then grab them later. We will be going respirator mode today. Once we start deburring the smaller pieces. But for now, I don't think we need to be respirator mode just yet. I have empty containers that I'm eventually going to put these big bags of Clicos in. I probably should, honestly, I probably should do it at this point. I have these, I'm waiting for one more to empty out. Oh, ha, never mind. I filled it up with stainless steel pieces for rivets. But I was using the empty soap containers for the dishwasher. But that's I don't want to take this piece out yet, but I do want to take the motor mount out. So first motor mount. We don't want to take this front lip because that's a sandwich part, and so that when I take it out, I want to like leave pieces in place. So we'll go ahead and take off this whole top row so we can get the upper longeron off. And I hope some people trickle in. I started a little later today because I had my EAA meeting in the morning, and I actually took this piece into show and tell so people could take a look at what this kit looks like. But we're gonna lose some gussets here when we take this off because that's attached to a gusset. And I actually do want to mark them so we know which one's which. So we're gonna do that now as soon as we're done with this, and I'll show you how I do that. I'll put that there. I lost a Clico somewhere. This Clico is broken, so we're gonna put that somewhere else. We're gonna take these gussets out right now. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just remove this piece temporarily. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take these three gussets and just place them where they would be. What we'll do is we'll grab ourselves a quick little Sharpie. We'll use a I don't know, we'll use like a probably a red one for this. It's fine. And what I like to do for these types of things, see if you can see this in the plans view a little bit better. You can kind of see it. What I like to do for these things is I'll line up these holes. Normally I'll do this before I take them off, but this is just a mark so I know where it's at. And what I do is I'll make one mark here and one mark there so it's aligned, so I know that's one. This one over here I can do 2 lines. That way I know that one's that one. This one over here, we'll do 3 lines. Okay. Now, those lines will line. So, these are unique. None of these are the same. These all have different shapes. These are the same as the other ones. That's why we did multiple marks. But these we can kind of just mark to know which way they go, what the orientation is. And now we can get back to continue disassembling. What I do want to do is, I'm probably going to disassemble this somewhere else. So I want to start laying out these pieces, I think. The way we're disassembling them. So, we go here, you notice I've got my engine mount up there, this lower mount here. This is our upper longeron, which basically goes that way, right? And then we've got our 3 gussets. I actually think it's this way. 3. Maybe that way. Something like that. However they go on the skins, that's fine. I'm not too worried about those. Now we're going to keep disassembling, and we're going to disassemble from the front back. So, I'm just going to put this right here. And I think I'm going to change my cameras here a little bit. Oh, no. That's not going to work. So I'm just going to move this motor mount so that we can fit stuff the way we had it. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just figuring things out as we go. So we're going to take this row off up here because this row is going to hold that bracket. And the nice part about this nice little air tool is my hand doesn't get... Okay. So that should now release this guy. Now do this way. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay. Now we're gonna take off this upper bracket. Oh no. You know what we do need to do though that we haven't done yet? Before we continue, we have one more thing we need to do. We need to drill out one more hole, chat. I forgot about this hole, but we gotta drill out this hole. So right here, through this whole set of brackets, we have to drill out a 5/16 hole, which is the last thing we forgot. And that 5/16 hole, is for the seatbelt attach point. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually reassemble just a little bit of this. Just enough where it's not gonna move around. Okay. And okay, so now all that, so that this guy's not, so we can just drill that guy out. And we're just gonna drill that guy out. We're gonna step that guy up because we forgot to drill him. And that was a boo-boo. We're just gonna put a block of wood underneath here for safety in case we go through far. And all we're looking through there is, we're gonna double check here, but I'm pretty sure it's a 5/16. We look at the plans right there. If you guys look right there in the plans, it says 5/16 locate here, pilot hole and gusset. So we're just gonna start small and work our way up. So got our drill bit, our drill, and we're gonna drill almost every drill we can do up until I think the 5/16 does not fit in this drill. It's the only one. But everything else fits, I'm pretty sure. I do want to take pictures of this though, because this is something we forgot to do. So we want to log that we did this. I thought I had drilled everything, and I clearly hadn't drilled everything, so. Okay. Okay, we're up to 5:30 seconds. Wait, is it 5/16? How big is it? Let me just double check that again. 5/16. Yep. Okay. We're gonna slowly work our way up. We should be 5:30 seconds right now. That should have been what we just drilled. And it is. That's 5:30 seconds. So now we're gonna go up to 3/16. Wait. What size was it again? 5/16, right? .5/16. I should double check to make sure that the other hole we drilled was 5/16, but I'm pretty sure we did. We might not have drilled the other hole big enough, chat. I think we might have done it Okay, here we go. I'm just gonna check the other part real quick. Make sure we drilled that big enough, because if not, we're gonna go back and drill that other part. Oh no, we did. We definitely did. Yep, that's 5/16 for sure. So we're gonna go 7:30 seconds here. Quarter inch. And 5/16 is the last one. The 5/16 is not going to fit in this drill, as I suspected, so we're going to have to switch to an electric drill. And that's okay. Alright, we have them. So why we have this bad boy. Done. Alright. Well, we finished that thing that we almost missed. Oh, we should actually probably take a picture with this. Because, you know, we should show that we had to switch drills. Okay. Oh, that's done. We can go back to this assembling, chat. And then last but not least, we're gonna take off the lower longeron. Okay. That takes care of the lower longeron. That guy goes right there. Okay. Take a quick picture of this so we have it for the FAA. And we've got a couple more clecos to take off on this front part. Let's go ahead and give you guys a better view. We're gonna go to this real quick. While I move that camera. I think that'll work better. There you go. And what we're gonna do here is I'm gonna take off all the middle section. I'm gonna leave the last two. And we're gonna be smart about how we take off the last two so we can keep this as an assembly. For now. Can we disassemble it? Sure, but do we want to just yet? No. That part goes right there. And we'll take care of that later. So, now we have the full shebang. We've got the full shebang, like I like to call it. And the fun part happens now. Gotta deburr. What I am gonna do is I'm gonna move some parts around and some clecos so I can sit down because this is just gonna take a while. And we're gonna get a few more tools. And then we're gonna do our thing. First thing we're gonna do is get a find file. Then we're gonna get our deburring tools. Get our find file, our deburring tools, and we're gonna get to work. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna hit every edge of this to deburr the edge of it with this tool right here. This tool basically has a groove in it. I don't know if you guys can see if we can get it to focus. See if I can get it to. There you go. It's got a slight groove in it. And basically, what? Yes. Yes. Oh well, I tried. Let's see if this works a little better. That works a little better. Yeah, so you see that groove? And it's got a rounded channel here. Very small, very hardly noticeable, but it's got a rounded channel there. So when you pull this along the edge, it basically rounds the edge of that piece and cuts the piece away. And so it's a very good way to very quickly, big panels like this, to deburr the whole edges of it. The corners I always hit with a file because corners are corners. But the whole point is to make it so you don't accidentally cut yourself. I usually like to do 2 or 3 strokes in one direction. We'll do 1 in the opposite direction, just to be sure. And we can just check the edge, run our hand across it. Should be nice and soft. And if it's soft, we've done what we want it to do, right? So that's this top edge. Now we need to rotate this. And we're going to do the same thing on this upper edge right here. And you can actually see when you run this tool the change in the profile of the part, how it rounds out, just based on how it reflects light. Just on light reflection you can tell. Okay? It's kind of crazy how obvious the change is. Again, we do that for all our edges. I don't like to do this until the very end, because a lot of times we use these edges to set parts, to set alignment of parts. So until everything's basically done where you're doing final assembly, I don't do this, but once we get to that point, okay. That feels good. And we have one more part, which is this edge right here. Okay. Then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hit these openings here as best I can. I won't be able to hit them completely, but I can do a little bit. But they do have burrs and they do have edges. And believe it or not, it does make a difference. You do feel it even on a small opening like this. I don't know what we're listening to, chat, but we're gonna change this music because this is insane. And then this last little hole there is a little sharper than I would prefer. So I'm going to go ahead and hit it with this flat file. Because it's got like 1 or 2 burrs there that I don't like. And I think that's just from the punch. From when they punched this hole out, because this was probably done with a punch. And then we're going to hit it from both sides. To make sure there's not a burr on either side. And then that feels a lot safer, a lot better. Okay, now we take care of our corners. I do want to take pictures of us deburring that, so we're going to do that real quick. Just showing tool usage. Chloe, be a good girl. Not really. Okay. And then we get to the not so fun part, which is deburring all of these holes. Now, the good thing is we don't have to do the small ones, but we're going to anyways. We're just going to do them very lightly, but we don't have to do the small ones because the small ones, oh wait, we have to do the corners first. Almost forgot. We want to round our corners so that we don't stab ourselves, because that is never fun, chat. If you've never stabbed yourself with a piece of metal, don't do it. Zero of 10, do not recommend. 0 of 10. Is that Natty? Hi, Natty. How are you? Zero of 10, do not recommend stabbing yourself with sharp corners at metal. Aside from the fact where you should probably get a tetanus shot if that happens, but that's a different problem. I can't complain. We're building airplanes. We made our EAA meeting this weekend. We woke up. We have bread that's forming. If you check the Insta, you can see the bread. We're waiting for that to rise. So I'm gonna have to take a break here and at the 3-hour mark of the stream to go shape that real quick, and then we'll set another timer to let it settle for a little bit. So I might have to walk away from stream before we're done here, but we're not gonna end the stream. We're just gonna take a quick break while I shape some dough, and then we'll continue building. But pictures of the loaf are on the gram. We are attempting a pizza loaf for the first time. I'm probably gonna bake it tomorrow morning, I think, but there we go. No more sharp edges. We never want sharp edges, chat. Be edgy in your life, not in your deburring. Do you guys like that camera? Do you want me to put it here somewhere looking down at what I'm doing? Let's see what that looks like. We're gonna set that up and see what that looks like and see if you guys like that view. If I can figure out what the heck I did here. So I've got a tangle. Oh, I found the click I was missing. There it is. We're gonna try this. See if it works. Okay. Do you guys like this view here? It's gonna be a little shaky. Ah! Nice. Aw. You know, it's because they don't do a lot of microtransactions and they're kind of straightforward with how they do it. I mean, it's a good, fun game if you have a group of people. I picked it up, but I was kind of playing mostly solo, so it wasn't quite as captivating. And I find the extraction shooter genre and variety of task in Arc Raiders a little more fun than Helldivers, so I've been doing a lot of Arc Raiders over Helldivers, but yeah, let me know if you guys like this view. I don't know if this is how I want to do this, but I think that we're gonna start this way. We're just gonna do our thing here. Oh, I need to take a picture of this actually. I just want to do this comfortably because I got so many of these to do that I'd rather do this in a manner where I'm comfortable. Yeah, if you pick it up, Thursdays are viewer nights and I play with viewers, so we can do whatever you guys want on Thursdays. And if there's nobody around or nobody's gaming with me, then I do whatever the heck I want, but usually we're doing tasks or completing quests for people. I'm gonna have to stand up for this, but the nice thing is I can do this. Sorry, it's gonna be a little bright, but oh, that's fair. I mean, I don't know how long I'm gonna keep playing it, but for now, it still has enough freshness and variety where it's a good game that I like. It's kind of like Helldivers where you can kind of shut off your mind, but it still has enough depth to not drive me crazy. With like. I think I like this better, chat. Because the part moves less. Yeah, the part moves less. So I think I like this better, but let me see if I can find you guys a better angle here. Cool. Let me see what she's barking at, because she's barking up a storm beyond normal. What are you barking at? There's nothing there. What are you barking at? There's literally nothing there. I don't know what she's barking at. There's nothing outside. I'm not gonna deburr those because those haven't really been drilled. So there's no point. Can you guys see what I'm doing? Yeah, okay, good. Okay. That row feels good. Oh, no free pics. As I say with my ugly feeties. Oh, okay. This kind of hurts my back, and that's going to be the worst one. Oof. Because it's got the angle, so I kind of got to hold it there, which is kind of annoying. I might do this part sitting down. But I don't like how it feels sitting down. It doesn't feel braced enough. And the problem is, since it's not straight, I can't really use the leg per se to brace it. So, let's see if I can do this. Just squat down a little bit take some pressure off my back. Because I'm old and everything hurts. Yes, I said it. Chloe, Ben? I might shortly show here in a second, sorry. Because she's going to drive the neighbors nuts. It's super easy because I can just pass my finger over it and tell immediately if it's clean because my finger's not catching on anything. This one feels like it's catching a little bit, so I'm going to give it like 1 or 2 more goes. Okay. That feels much better. Alright, we gotta hit this whole lower row, but I'm gonna hit this whole lower row facing the other way. So we're gonna hit all the verticals, then we're gonna rotate this around. Because the verticals are a lot easier. Because I can literally just do this here. Oh, if I can get up. Oh, yeah. And I can just hold this down here by hand for the verticals. Let's rotate the camera a little bit this way. I think you guys can see better there. Yep. Uh-oh. Hey Juan, how are you? Ooh, okay. Let me know when you're back from the ads. Sorry, I'm super focused. I'm gonna finish this row and then we'll read the intro. I love it. I get intros. Yay! Panda, I don't know if you saw one of Draw's amazing intros, but they're all written by Juan. And then she reads them, and her voice is amazing, which is why she's going to read my book of poems. I'm going to charter her to do my my audiobook, I think. I'll pay her to do my audiobook if I ever publish. But he's writing intros for us. All right, we're back. Okay, let's see. Do I have a nice... I don't think I have a big camera for this view. I don't. Oh, how sad. How sad. All right, we're going to go with this one because why not? Let me see if I can read. Okay. All right. Whew. Okay, I've got to get ready for this. Breathe. No pressure. You've got this. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, the streamer we're watching is a triple threat. She's a racer, a gamer, and a builder. She's also the amazing dog mom of a sweet lady named Chloe, who's barking up a storm. Let's all cheer for the most amazing, talented, and sensational Lake Spooky! Woo! Oh my god, I forget to breathe before I say the loud part. It's like yelling goal without taking a breath. Ah, that was awesome. Thank you, Juan. We made the intro. I should do a redeem that is like here before the intro, but I don't know how I would time it to not make it collectible after the intro. But it's fine. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, that one doesn't feel great. Okay. Nail's not getting caught on any of those anymore. Okay, those feel better. Okay, now we've got to do our next row. So if you look at all these parts, Juan, all these parts were attached to this part that's behind me, which was in the other camera view. We basically took everything apart because we got to clean everything up before we do a final assembly on it. Also, if you're on the gram, there is the starts of a loaf of bread that I'm currently waiting to prove. So at some point, I'm going to have to go upstairs and take care of it. Should be around the 3-hour mark of the stream, so I think we've got about 2 hours so far left, so. I really almost want to do this sitting down, but. Let's go over here. Okay. I think this will work right here. But you can't see that, so. Let's go this way. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna. Okay. That's a little easier on my back because I'm old and I feel like I'm a little more efficient at it this way. If you guys have any questions about what I'm doing, any other tools, what part this is, please feel free to ask. If you don't like the music, we can change that too. Unfortunately, a lot of airplane building is this stuff, which is called deburring, which you need to do before you put things together because of the high vibration environment of an airplane. Okay. And it is boring and tedious and my least favorite part of building an airplane. Like you do all the work to put parts together and then you have to take them apart instead of just putting them together. But we're gonna do something, we should do it the right way. Since we are gonna be flying this thing and owning it. And all that good stuff. Okay, that vertical row is done. For the most part, feels good. Same thing with this one. All those feel good. Nothing feels crazy and out of place there. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. Wow, that's freaking amazing. That is freaking awesome. Holy cow. Okay, that's freaking awesome. I have opened some Pokemon cards and not gotten any luck. I will say I wish I had my original Pokemon deck from like way back in the day. But honestly, the pricing on Pokemon cards is kind of weird. Like things that you would think would be expensive aren't expensive, and things that you would think aren't expensive are expensive. And I don't understand the rhyme or reason for it. I think what's happening is things have been artificially driven. Like the market has artificially been driven by like people who don't play the game and like weird collectors and flippers and stuff. Like the price on booster packs is kind of crazy for some of the older boosters. Like, I just don't understand. It doesn't make sense to me. Oh, you guys are seeing nothing but arm. Okay, I don't like this camera. Where it's at. We're gonna change that. Cause, okay, I'm gonna change the view here so I don't give you guys motion sickness. And I'm gonna try and find a better spot for this camera. Cause okay, I feel like that's a little better. We'll see as I go along, but I think this is a little better. Don't judge how dirty my hands get working with aluminum. I would be wearing gloves, but I have to use my fingertips to actually feel these things that I'm cleaning up to know if the burr is gone or not. And then because I'm like swiping my hand across this aluminum, I'm just constantly picking up dirt. And honestly, it's not really even dirt, it's actually aluminum oxide. Because this is 6061 aluminum. Which is actually kind of nice that it's 6061 because 6061 basically is self-protecting from rust. Other aluminum alloys you need to like do a process called allodyning, where you like basically you either wash it or paint it in this etching primer that like bonds with the metal to prevent rust and stuff. But 6061 in general doesn't have the same problem as the other aircraft aluminum types, because the other aircraft aluminum types are like two dissimilar metals. 6061 is pure aluminum. Like a pure aluminum alloy, it's not like a sandwich layer. And then on top of that, 6061 has a property where when it rusts... okay. When it rusts, it creates an oxide layer, which is what gets your hand dirty. So like that ugliness is not actually like dirt, that's actually oxide off of the aluminum that my fingertips are just pulling up. Okay. Better. Okay, I'm gonna pick up this camera a little bit because we're gonna work a little bit higher now. We're gonna work this top row right here. Yeah, and honestly, I think that is what's driving. I don't know for sure. Part of it is I think people trying to make money off of it. I think part of the reason the Pokemon prices are so volatile is because certain, like, there's collectors there's a lot of collectors that are like you that collect certain artists' art style, and so like depending on the availability of that artist's art style and or the number of collectors that are interested in that art style, it makes the price of those cards take a what appears to be not market driven pricing, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's just a matter of you know, collection and demand for that particular artist. I hope that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense there, but it's making sense in my head. Which is kind of decoupled from the game or the card series. And when I say card series, I basically mean the edition, right? And it's really coupled to the artist, but there's not a real good way in general to quantify the artist. And so the card value is decoupled from the rarity of the card or the edition of the card, which for most people is hard to understand or even track, right? Because the average person who's into the hobby or is buying packs or whatever, or is playing the game, right, is not looking at it from an artist perspective in that perspective. And so, you know, they're looking at prices like, why is this card this exorbitant amount? It doesn't have any special power, any special ability. It's not a rare set, right? But it's just got this like crazy price, right? And I think it's that. I don't know for sure, but that's what I think is going on with the pricing. But I have no empirical proof, and I'm not enough of a collector or flipper to really do the market analysis and the card availability analysis, nor do I have the time. I've got too many hobbies like this to really model that or do an algorithm or anything like that, but it is an interesting thing. I will say that. Okay, now we're gonna hit this bottom row, and we're just gonna go all the way across this panel. And then get this, we've got to do all of this again, because we got to do it on both sides. Which is why deburring for me is one of my least favorite activities of building an airplane. Oh yeah. I think that is why packs are so expensive. I think that is what's driving the pack market price. And then those people who buy all those packs trying to make their money back makes the card prices kind of crazy. There is a lot of truth to that. But I think at the individual card level, I think it's more artist driven. At a hobby level, 1000% that's a huge part of it. My neighbor's D&D group is back. They haven't met in months, so it's kind of crazy that they're back. But it's kind of nice to hear them. Maybe that's what Chloe's barking at. Maybe she's hearing them pop off because they're having some epic battle or something. Maybe that's what she's barking at. Okay. Okay, we've got one more little row, and then, like I said, we'll be done with. Oh no, then we need to do the top row because we haven't done the top row yet. So, okay, we got this whole row and then the top row. Can you guys see? Okay, if you guys can't see, let me know. I know there's not a lot to see, but it's not as interesting as when we're doing other parts of the plane, but the other part that sucks about deburring is eventually I have to go what I like to call Darth Vader mode, because these little shavings, right, they don't get suspended in the air or anything else, but when I start using the deburring wheel, that does give out microparticles that I don't want to be breathing in, and those will hang in the air, so I put on a respirator when we get to that point. Okay, we're just checking all of them, making sure we didn't miss any on this side before we move on. Okay, we gotta go to the upper row and then we're gonna flip it over. So let's go ahead and take care of that. I'm doing a picnic tomorrow in the morning, before the Super Bowl. I don't know if we're gonna watch the Super Bowl tomorrow, chat. I don't really watch that much sports ball. I do watch women's soccer, but I don't watch a lot of the other versions of sports ball, so we'll see. Okay, now we need to literally flip this over and do the same thing we just did all over again on a whole other side. The nice part is once we get this big panel done, all the other panels are smaller groups, so it's not quite as bad. It's not perfect, but it's not quite as bad. Uh-oh. Oh, there's another dog. There's another dog. You know, the way she barks, you would think she's aggressive, but she's off leash. She's actually the nicest thing. On leash, she's very territorial, but off leash, she's super like not aggressive. Okay. Okay. I may have to go short leash her. That's a dog I've never actually seen before though. Very pretty dog. I don't know what breed it was, but it was nice, athletic, like looking dog that I've never seen before. Yeah, she doesn't like that there's another dog in her neighborhood when she's tied up. Now the neighborhood dogs are barking, so now she's gonna bark at the dogs. Ugh. Oh no. No! We got a bark storm. We got a bark storm. That whole row is now... Oh, that one needs a little bit of work. Okay, those all feel good. This whole front row feels good. Okay, let's keep going. We're building an airplane. Yay! Okay. Okay, these all feel good now. Okay, now we gotta go up the row, unfortunately. We're gonna do these 4, I think, before we go up the row. Just to get them out of the way. Okay. Oh. Okay, hold on. We're gonna... Nope, that's not gonna work. I was trying to do something funky with my leg, but... Yeah, she's definitely barking at the neighbors who are having a D&D night. Because I hear them laughing and excited, and she's barking because they're excited. Which I think is hilarious, but... The weather is really nice right now. It's around 70 degrees, so a lot of the neighbors have their windows open. Which is the one thing I kind of don't like about her barking, but... Okay, we're gonna go up that way so you guys can keep seeing what I'm doing. And we're just gonna keep going up this panel. Whenever they're done, if I'm still streaming, the neighbor will probably come over and we'll find out about their campaign. Usually I am up later than they are building, and he comes to remind me to get some rest. Because I may or may not have stayed awake way too long before building and just lost track of time. But okay, we're gonna do this row here. Okay, this one needs a little bit more love. Okay. So does this one. And this one right here. Much better, okay. Now we've got this last little vertical part here, so we'll readjust this way, readjust down. There we go, we'll do this row right here. And what we'll do is we'll put that on top of that. Okay. These are good. This one's not. These two are not. Okay. That row now feels good. Not the very top because we didn't deburr that, but the rest of it. Alright. Let's keep working our way across this sheet. We're going to do this little row down here. Oh no, we frozen. Ah, our camera froze. Okay, I know what happened. Chloe walked by and she unplugged the camera for sure. No doubt about it. Yep. That is exactly what happened. Well, alright. I'm going to need 2 minutes because she also made a mess of her doggy bags. So let me see if I can get this camera working again. There we go. We're back. Okay. But like I said, she made a mess of her doggy bag, so I got to clean these up. She has this habit of somehow figuring out the best way to tangle herself around things. And I swear it's a skill. And she has managed to hurt me physically, wrapping herself around me. I had gotten a surgery for something, and I was recovering, and I was not supposed to put weight on my arms. And she wrapped herself around me and caused me to fall by the stairs, and of course I instinctively put my hand down, and I felt it immediately, and yeah, it was painful and it sucked and it was not fun. Also, the fact that she has knocked her water bowl outside of the garage is crazy. Oh yeah, the neighbors are going wild for sure with their D&D game. That's what it is. That's why she's barking so much. I was like, I mean, she goes on bark spurts, but usually she barks when there's someone around. And this time she was just like barking for no reason. I'm like, why are you barking, girl? Like, nothing's going on, but now I know. Okay, let's move her water bowl back where it belongs. I need to find the other half of her. I need to find the other half of her. Oh, here we go. Of her doggy bags, so I can wrap that back up. Put them back in, and so that they stay in. Okay. And then we can get back to what we were doing. Which we're almost done with the big panel. We're almost done with the big panel. Once we get done with the big panel, it's going to be a huge recovery. Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Look. Oh, doggo moment. Doggo moment. I love you. I love you. It's doggo time, chat. Doggo break. Alright, get down. Get down. Doggo break. Okay, we've got to do this section here. I wonder if there's a better way to do this, because, like, will this be better? Let me see if I can. Not quite. All right, let's do this upper row that we need to get done anyways, and then we'll get back to that other section. Okay. Oh, those feel good, and we can check those now on both sides. Just something I like to do is I can run my fingers on both sides and I can make sure everything there feels good. And yep, alright. So, now we've got just this lower section here left to do. And I'm gonna move the camera, I think, because I want to do this a different way. I want to do this, but I want to do this on the other side. Basically over here. I don't know if this is gonna work actually. Yeah. Let's move the camera. We're gonna move the camera real quick, chat. We're gonna go to that while I move. That seems to be working. Do want it more this way though, so. Okay. These are all cleaned up, so we gotta clean up this bottom row and go from there. Juan, are you still around? I was wondering if you were the, I thought you were the photographer, but could be wrong. Hey, Oren, how are you? Yeah, she's barking up a storm. The neighbors are playing D&D, so she's been having a every time they get excited or do something, she's been like barking up a storm. How are you, Oren? We're cleaning up this part so that we can then reassemble all those parts that you see up there in the top left corner that attach to this part. So we've already done one whole side and we're almost done with the second half, but it's just like I haven't been able to find a comfortable way to do it where I can be quick and efficient. Unfortunately. Some things just work. I have not found a comfortable way for this part on this particular corner right here. It's just has not been good for me, unfortunately. We did this whole section though now, so now I think I want to do this bottom row. Yeah, I've been trying to find a way that works and it has just not worked out. How's your day going? Ooh, okay. That sounds fun. Yeah, I got another intro from DeJuan, so that was fun. I think I did a little bit better at reading it than the last time, so we're slowly making progress. So you're aware I am working on a sourdough loaf. We're making a pizza loaf. And in about, I don't know, we've been live for 2 hours. In about an hour. Ooh, okay. In about an hour, I'm going to need to take a quick break to go pre-shape it and put it in a Benetton. And then half an hour after that, I need to shape it and then I'll put it in the fridge to cold proof overnight. It's currently bulk fermenting. But if you want to see pictures of the inclusions that we're putting in, they're on the Instagram. Like most of my sourdough, it's a completely new loaf I've never done before. So we shall see how it goes. I'm gonna rotate this so you guys have a better view of what I'm working on right now. There you go. I think that's much better view. Funny backstory to the name of my starter. Her name is Alice. After Alice in Wonderland. But when I originally got her and I made my first loaf of bread, it's one of my earliest TikToks actually, is me cutting into that loaf of bread. We hadn't decided on a name for her yet. And we were between two names. She was either going to be Alice if she was good to me, or if she wasn't good to me, we were going to name her Maleficent. Obviously, we know how she turned out because her name is Alice. I have, but unfortunately, I haven't watched enough of it. Baking is one of those things that I kind of just got into randomly. I don't even know how I got into it, but that's a lie. I know exactly how I got into it. I got into it because of a girl. And then I kind of just enjoyed doing it. And it tickles a lot of boxes for me. I am very much an acts of service gift giving girly. In the way I express appreciation. Um, and I say appreciation because the other word carries a little too much weight, I think, for most people. But, you know, I treat my friendships like even those kind of relationships, so I like doing things for like people that are important in my life. And sourdough is one of those things where it's like I get to be creative and try new things, which is why most of my sourdough loaves are like random things I haven't done before. Like today's loaf is a loaf I've never done before. But I will end up giving it away. Because for me, it's more about gift giving. Oh, interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. Like, I've been recommended to the channel and I've caught up, I've caught one or two videos, but I wouldn't say I'm a follower. Okay, we've got like one row left, which is just these little guys up here, and then we're done with this big giant piece. And then life gets a lot easier. I can go to a more normal setup. Okay. Alright, this piece is now completely deburred and finished. So, this big giant piece is now deburred. As you can see, it's very large. We've taken all the corners off. We've rounded all the corners. I mean, this corner, there's just no way to make it completely safe, but it's a lot safer. Everything that we can deburr, because it's ready to deburr, has been deburred. I can pass my hand on anything. It doesn't feel like anything's going to cut me. So I think we're good with this part. Now we can start working on the smaller parts. So I'm just going to set this aside, because we won't need that again until we go back to final assembly. I'm going to go to my overhead view. I'm going to take a picture of our deburred part here for the FAA. Okay. Now we're going to move over here where I can actually sit down and read chat a little bit better. Oh, I always just give away. Like, I make bread just for the creative aspect of making bread, and then I give it away to people like who matter to me, because I'm like, here, appreciate this thing that I did. But like, no expectations or anything else. It's just like, just one of those things. Okay, so now I think I'm gonna keep this over the shoulder cam, but I think I'm gonna put it on the other side. But I think it makes more sense on the other side because I'm right-handed, so I think you guys will get a better view if it's over here. And maybe let's see. We'll see what this looks like. Maybe this will be a better view for you guys here where I sit. And we can slowly work our way. Let's see what this looks like. Okay. Don't judge my tubbiness, but I think this will be good because you guys can, yeah, you guys can kind of see what I'm working on. Because this is just easier to deburr this way. Okay. This part is now done. And we're just going to work our way up with these parts front to back on all these little parts. Oh, wait. And we got to take RFA pictures, so. Okay, that's that guy. Oh! We move our feetsies out of the way really quickly there and saved ourselves. But, okay. We're gonna do, this is the next part, which is the other one. Okay. It really is, but it's a necessary chore, you know, so. But yes, you are absolutely right. It is the least fun part of building airplanes. It is not my favorite. I will say that. And the worst part about it is like my hands get so dirty and I ruin my nails because I can't really have them covered because I need to use my fingertips to tell if the burr is gone. Because that's really like how you can tell is you use your fingertips because it's the most sensitive to like the little sharp edges of a burr. And this actually, I don't like this. This has a little sharp edge. So we're just gonna hit this with a quick file here. I don't have a good way to get. Okay, that feels okay. Put that back up there. We'll do this little guy next. Luckily, this piece I completely deburred all the rest of the edges, other than the holes I just drilled, so. And I'm really proud of these flush rivets. They're very flush. We used a microstop for that. But yes, it is very much, very tedious. And I'm not 100% happy with how we could hit all of those holes, so we're just gonna go ahead and get the file and pass the file. That way, just to make sure we got any burrs in there, because the rivets on the other part were kind of getting in the way from us fully getting a square hit at the hole with the chamfer deburring bit. And it feels good, so I'm satisfied with that. We're gonna clean these parts up, but we're not gonna deburr them because they're not drilled yet, so we're gonna have to deburr them anyways. But I am gonna grab all the corners, clean all of them up, make it smooth so we don't have to do it later. We just have to clean up the holes when it's time to do that. On those gussets, because those gussets aren't fully drilled yet. Nice. And these are already softened on the edges, which is kind of nice. We might touch it up just a hair around these corners here, but see if we can go with a file. I might just use a deburring wheel over the file because I don't know if I can get it soft enough here, but we're gonna try. Okay, that's all good. Now we gotta do all of those guys. Most of these holes are not that bad, but there are some, and I'll show you an example. There are some like this guy right here. See if we can get it to focus. Right there. Come on. There you go. You guys see that big little like burr right there? That's just poking up right there underneath my nail. And then over here there's a really bad one. But that's what they look like. That's the kind of stuff we have to clean up. And then when we clean them up, you see how they have a nice little like clean chamfer there. That way we don't get vibration cracks. This one does need a little bit more though. But that is why we do this. And then the other thing that happens, aside from, you know, we don't want vibration cracks, that will actually prevent pieces from mating flush or rivets from sitting flush, which will eventually over time weaken the rivet. So primarily we do this to prevent cracks, but we also do it so we get a good mating surface. Okay. In theory, I could put this on the deburring wheel, and hit those edges, but I feel like the chamfer is a slightly better, does a slightly better job of this countersinking bit. Especially on this thicker extruded stuff. I could use a Dremel. Some people use Dremels for some of this stuff, but some people put these tools on a drill. I worry about putting this on a drill or an electric screwdriver. I worry about that because I feel like you can take too much material off that way. It's a lot easier by hand to have a feel for how much material you're taking off. Because this is a countersinking bit, so if you take off too much material, you either make the hole too big or you weaken it. And the deburring wheel doesn't really put a chamfer on the hole, so you can still get vibration cracks. Oh, if I wanted to make like a flush mount, I would use a micro stop with a similar bit to this. This was 100 degree though. I would use 120, which is what I use here. So on this part, I used a micro stop to basically put a recess in here that then that rivet fits into. Yep. But okay, this guy's done. So you can put him over there. Let's do this gusset right here, because this gusset does need to be cleaned up. And you can see this one's really bad. Come on, focus. Come on, camera. There you go. Like right there is a pretty big one, but oh, go get food. I'll be here. I'll be here for a little while. Don't worry. If you just see chair, then you know I'm taking care of the sourdough, but I'll be back. We're gonna do that. We're gonna assemble this part tonight. So do your thing, and I'll see you in a little bit. Yes, sourdough for the win. See you in a little bit, bud. What are you getting for food, just out of curiosity? See what our last picture was. I don't think I got a picture of us doing. Yep, no. Okay. That part is done. Sorry, chat. I have this thing where I don't deal well with alerts. I can't have a bunch of notifications sitting around. It's a problem. So I'm just taking care of those. Before this hurts me because I had a really sharp corner. We're gonna get rid of it later, but I don't want it to cut me before I get a chance to put it on the deburring wheel. So. That's done. Now we get to do this part. We're slowly making our way back, chat. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parts left. Oh, actually, not this part yet. We need to do this part. Okay, that feels good, chat. Let's keep going. Think she would have gotten tired of barking by now, huh? Sorry, chat. Okay. Oh, we missed one. Okay. That one's done. Now we can do the little guy. Alexa, how much time is left on my timer? Well, we know we've been live for 2.5 hours. That's around the 3-hour mark. Alexa, do I have any reminders set? No, Alexa, do I have any timers set? Chat, we may need to go up and check on the sourdough. After we're done with this part. Because I thought I had timers set and I don't. And we've been live only 2.5 hours actually. I think we can wait another half hour. I'm gonna wait another half hour, chat, before we go check on the sourdough. Normally it's a 2.5 hour bulk ferment, but it's a little colder. So it's not 78 degrees. So I think we can probably wait until like the 3-hour mark or so. And then I've got to do a pre-shaping, leave it out for another 30 minutes to let the gluten rest. And then I'm going to put it in the Benetton. I'm going to shape it and then put it in the Benetton. And then she's going to go in the fridge and we'll bake her in the morning. Okay, that guy feels good. Okay. This guy's done now. We're down to 1, 2, 3 parts, chat. 3 parts, then we can start assembling again. Well, we're down to 3 parts, and then we go to the deburring wheel. And then after we're done with the deburring wheel, then we can start assembling. Okay. I think we can get these parts done in the next 15 minutes so that we can move on. Oh, we still have the big front one though. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, chat, it's starting to get chilly. I'm gonna have to put my sweater on. You know, on this playlist, this is the only song I don't like on this playlist. Like, it's a good hype song, but I'm not trying to be that hyped. I'm just trying to relax and build. Chat, that's a big burr right there. Look at that burr right there. Look at that one. That's a big one right there. Okay, that feels good. All right, now we've got to do the lower longeron, which is going to be this big guy right here, which has a ton of holes. And then the upper longeron, which isn't so bad because we haven't drilled all the holes on the upper longeron. Okay, we are at almost 3 hours. When we hit 3 hours and 10 minutes, I need to go take care of the bread. But we're gonna try and get all these parts done in the next 10 minutes. So when after we take care of the bread, we can just come back and start assembling. Whew. My arm's getting tired, chat. Alright, we finished this side. Everything there feels good. Now we gotta do the other side. I know I'm zoning out, chat. It's just this has gotten really tedious. And I'm just focusing on getting it done. I know this is not the funnest thing to watch. Unfortunately, it's something that needs to be done. It's just the nature of this project. Not everything is fun all the time. Okay. Okay. That all feels fantastic. We do need to clean up this end here, but we'll do that on the deburring wheel. But this feels great. This is done. I'm happy with where this is at. We need to do the upper longeron. We've got about 3 minutes to do the upper longeron. And then we got to do the forward sandwich. So, luckily this we can really only do one side of. So, we're going to take care of what we can take care of, which is not everything, but this is a square tube that we can't get to the inside of, unfortunately, so we do the best that we can. And then once we're done with this one, we're gonna go check on our bread, and then we'll be back. Okay, upper launcher on is done. Alright, chat. We're gonna place this up here. We have one more thing to do, but I've gotta check on the bread. So we're gonna be right back. We're gonna go do a quick little sourdough check, and then we're gonna do the last piece that we need to do. So, yeah, see you in a few, chat. All right, chat, we are back. We finished all the little pieces. We still have this piece up here, this big piece to do, so that's the next piece we're going to do next. We're going to go ahead and take care of that. So that's going to take some disassembly. Then we're going to do those 3 pieces. And once we're done with those 3 pieces, then we're off to the deburring wheel, chat. So let's start off with our fancy angle. We shaped our sourdough in 30 minutes. We got to put it in our Benetton to do our final shaping, but hey, that guy's done. Next, this guy. I know, chat, so boring. Okay. That guy's done now. Do our last big boy, this guy right here. And then once this guy is done, we're going to the grinder. And then we're going to reassemble. Okay, that all feels good. I do the backside. Okay. All right, chat. We have officially finished deburring holes. That doesn't mean we're done deburring, but we're done deburring holes. Now, our next step is to go to the grinder. And for that, we need the respirator. So we're about to go Darth Vader mode, chat.
That piece is done. Next. Alexa, stop. Alright, chat. We've got to go take care of our sourdough. We'll be right back. Here, beef. Okay, chat, we're back. Our dough is now in the oven. Our dough is now in the oven, so we're back, chat. Alexa, stop. Alexa, stop. Slowly making progress, chat. Hey! That was almost really dangerous, chat. She wrapped herself up in the grinder and it almost fell over. That got kind of scary. Kind of very scary for me. Alright chat, we are done deburring. We are done deburring. It is now time to reassemble so that we can prep for our final thing. That means it's Clico time. Okay, we did a lower angle flat, we laid the skin flat with the bottom edge. Now we gotta put the upper longeron in place. Okay, upper longeron is in place. Alright, chat, we're making progress. Alright, we put the wing attach angles. We need to do the horizontal angle now. We need the gear attach angle now, which I think is this guy. she's fine. She just barks. Okay, we got the gear attach angle. And the seatbelt attach angle, which is this guy right here. We're slowly making progress, chat. Hey! Extra, how are you?
Extra rated with 8
Oh my
viewers.
god! Welcome to the stream! Sorry I'm wearing the respirator. I'm in Darth Vader mode today because we were cleaning up some stuff on the deburring tool over there. Hi!
Extra Metrica rated with 8 viewers.
But we're currently assembling the side panel. We're gonna do the final riveting of it today. So that's where we're at. You guys missed all the tedious deburring, and yeah, Doggo is here. She's barking up a storm because the neighbors are playing D&D, and every time they get excited, she's been going crazy barking. But welcome in, Raiders. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate the raid. You guys are amazing. This is our Saturday airplane build where we build airplane parts. Let me see if I can get you guys. I'm gonna give you a view kind of what this part looks like from a bigger picture perspective. Well, actually, let's start here. This is what we're building. So we're building the mirror of this. So we're building, this is the right hand side. We're building the left hand side. The right hand side's already done. And I got too many camera views. This will eventually be the part of the airplane in the front where you sit. So I would be on the opposite side here. My feetsies would go here. My butt goes over here somewhere. But that's what we're assembling right now. Is we're assembling the basically the side panel for the front half of the fuselage where the people sit. Let me readjust some cameras here. Sorry, this is gonna get a little wonky as I try and readjust here. Get you guys good angles. That's a little bit better. And let's just do a slight adjustment. Boop, there we are. So what we're doing right now is we started today. This was already assembled and drilled up to final size for most parts. We took it completely apart. We cleaned up all the holes. We deburred all the holes. That took us about 4.5 hours because we're making a sourdough loaf at the same time. We're making a piece of sourdough. So if you check my Insta, you'll see pictures of the sourdough. But we're reassembling it now so that we can rivet it all together and then be done with the part and then move on to the next part. That being said, we just put on the seatbelt attach angle. Now we need to do the upper motor mount, which is this guy right here. This is the upper, this is the lower. I know I've got a bunch of parts because we disassembled, we cleaned everything up, and we're slowly putting everything back. But this big chunk of metal, that basically a bolt, one of 4 bolts that hold the engine on goes here. This is how the engine is connected to the fuselage by 4 bolts attached to this big giant chunk of aluminum. It's got a bunch of bolts on it, but we've got to install it, so that's what we're gonna do. And to give you an idea of the kind of strength that's needed there, we have a thick piece of aluminum square tubing, a thick piece of aluminum angle, the thick motor mount itself, and that is not riveted in place. That is actually put on with bolts. So, and sorry I sound like Darth Vader. It's just, you know, when I use the grinding wheel to clean stuff up, it creates aluminum powder. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. It creates aluminum powder that you don't want to breathe in because it could give you Alzheimer's or memory loss. So I try my best not to breathe that stuff in. And you'll notice that I will occasionally take pictures. The reason I do that is because I need to prove to the FAA that I built at least 50% of this airplane. And I do that by logging all the building and taking pictures of everything I do. So that's the upper. I think the next instruction is the lower motor mount. Okay. And this is the same thing, 3 chunks of metal plus the big fat chunk. So there's a rail down here that's a thick aluminum angle. There's 2 thick angles here. And the big chunk of motor mount that I showed you before. But this is the bottom one, so this one's a little bit different. But yeah, we do this every Saturday for those raiders just joining in. We do airplane builds most Saturdays unless I have people in town, or I'm sick, or it's 100 degrees outside, because if it's 100 degrees, I'm not building, I'm sorry. So this is our Saturday stream. Wednesdays we do sim racing. Thursdays are viewer night where I game with viewers. Right now we've been doing a lot of Arc Raiders, but we do some Dune occasionally, and we do a few other games. But it's basically our viewer night. And viewers direct the stream. They pick, you know, what tasks I do. Sometimes I play with them depending on the game. So Fridays we sometimes do endurance racing. That's an optional one. And Sundays is my bonus stream. It used to be my NASCAR racing stream, but I'm probably not going to make all of the Sunday streams because of I've got some surgery coming up in April. So depending on how that goes, we may or may not make that. Because I won't be able to do the whole season. So we might start doing racing next week, but we might do the Daytona race on Thursday actually, which is a Daytona 500 on iRacing. But Saturdays we build. What's my next step? Next step, we did the lower mount. Oh, actually, these motor mounts actually have extra pieces over the top and the bottom that we want to install. So let's go ahead and get those in now. And if you have any questions about any of the tools or any of the things that I'm using, don't hesitate to ask. That's the whole reason I'm streaming this airplane build, is because I want to share with people, you know, how easy it is to build an airplane. It just takes time. Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, Darth Vader mode sucks, but it is what it is. But yeah, this is going to be the left panel, and I will show you something else. If you look over here, yeah, sorry, and I tilt up, that's the tail that these pieces are going to attach to. We're probably not going to do a stream next week, or if we do one next week, it's going to be a just chatting for me to rearrange the garage so I can have enough space to attach these pieces to that big giant piece that you see back there. So that's the tail part of the plane. It's a 2-person plane. And right behind that tail, that cardboard that you see behind all the gym equipment, that's actually the wings that are being held vertically. And right over there is the right side of the forward fuselage behind the tail. But let's get back to what we were doing. So sorry, I'm gonna get a little wiggly again. There you go. I think that's decent. Yep. We put those. All right, what's our next step? Got my cardigan getting stuck in things. Stay. Stay. Okay. Better. Alright, that works. Our next step after we did the lower mount, okay, we gotta do all the gussets. So gussets are these little reinforcing pieces. So all these pieces are like reinforcing pieces. So we gotta attach these gussets. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and this gear part. So we'll start with the gear part because that's the easiest one. We'll work front to back and go from there. This piece right here is what the rudder pedal attaches to. So it's got like an extra reinforcement to the bracket. And once we're done attaching all this stuff, we're going to start riveting it and doing what's basically final assembly for this. We're going to put this one on the other side because I'm not a huge fan of how that cleans. We're going to take them off next anyways. I'm really glad you got a chance to hop in though. And with an 8-person raid, I mean, that's amazing. You guys are awesome. Most of my morning crew is kind of checked out. Around this time to like 8:30 or 9:30, I started getting some Aussies and some Europeans, but I have like three different viewer bases depending on how late I'm going, because sometimes I will build to like, I really shouldn't build past like 11 or 12, but what happens is sometimes I lose track of time, and next thing you know, it's 1:30 in the morning. My neighbor is like, hey, did you forget to stop building? And I'll be like, oh no, I did. Let's start putting on these little guys. So if you notice on here, there's that little red mark. I did that because there's 5 of these that are identical. And the way I could tell them apart is by those marks, and that also tells me how to line them up on the other part. So I will show you. Here are actually, let's just go to the plans because that's easier. Here are the 5 pieces. And you notice they all have unique red markings. So 1, 2, 3, 1 and 1, 1 and 2. Because these 5 pieces are essentially identical, they just go in different parts. Honestly, when I was East Coast based, I would stream from like 8:30 p.m. until like 6 in the morning, and I had like a whole US viewer base and a European viewer base. But I was also gaming competitively back then and had a lot more time. Didn't have the healthiest habits, and I'll leave it at that. These I actually want to put from the other side, but I need to line them up first because these don't get rivets, so. Anything that's not going to get riveted, I actually want to put from the other side, so that's pretty obvious that not riveting. Even though I like put some red Sharpie line on the other side to make sure. Just one of those things. Better to be safe than sorry. But yeah, I'm really glad you were able to make it. The next is this guy right here, which goes right here. And again, it's just a little piece. And the way these things get attached is we have these compressible temporary fasteners that have 3 hooks. If it focuses, it's basically got 3 legs. And so when you squeeze the top part, this part in, it pushes the 2 legs out past that single leg. And that gets skinnier and it fits in the size of the hole. And then when you depress it, it goes back in. And then it gets wider because of the 3rd leg. Super simple, effective, it works. There are some times where I could move cameras, but since like we're only temporarily attaching this and not keeping it on permanent, there's no point in moving the cameras because I'm just gonna have to put them back in place for a better view. I am not a fan of this song, I'll be honest. It's one of my least favorite songs on this playlist. But it's licensed, so, you know. Okay, those 3 are in. Now we need to do the other 2. One of them goes right here. The other one goes back there, I think. Oh. Those 2 are there. Okay. Those 2 are there. What's next? And we've got the rudder pedal mount assembly already done, so that's good. Okay, we've got to do the lower gear and the upper gear gussets. So that's these 2 right here, which are the gear ones, because this is where the gear attaches. So that guy goes right there. And this guy goes right there. Ah, we dropped them. But we're gonna have this done in a little while. I've been a pilot, so I started flight training, I want to say 2018, maybe 2017, but I think it was 2018. And I was gonna take my practical exam, my private pilot practical exam at the beginning of 2020, and COVID happened. And so all like my flights, all the like flight exams got canceled. So I ended up not being able to get my my exam done until roughly the end 2020, like August-ish, maybe August, September, around that time. So officially I've been a pilot technically since 2017 because your student pilot counts. But I've been licensed to fly on my own since late 2022, and I was almost ready to take my IFR and get my license to fly in clouds, but I had some medical stuff come up, and we're still dealing with that. I've got one more surgery left that I have to deal with. I have one more surgery left, which will be in I got one more surgery left, which will be at the end of April. So end of April, we're flying to New York and taking care of some medical stuff. We're probably going to be out of commission for probably 3 to 6 months from flying. So we'll see what happens there. I don't, obviously we'll wait until I'm healthy. We won't be flying again because that's the number one thing, right? I am safe. Your mental health, your mental acuity, medications, how you're dealing with fatigue, all matters. It's part of the checklist you do before you fly. So we will we'll see how things go. Honestly, we'll have to get cleared by we'll have to get a medical clearance again, right? So we don't know when that's going to happen. But I'm hoping I can be back in the air in around like fall of next year. So I want to take a couple of flights in the next month or two, just so stay at home this year. It's okay, honestly, it's like my 4th surgery, and at this point, this should be the last big one. And after this, we should be in a really good place. Like, the prognosis is great. We should be like back to a normal life. I'm gonna be very happy to not be living my life around the next surgery. Because honestly, that's what the last 2 or 3 years. No, like 23 probably. 22 or 23. I mean, it's life. Life happens. I'm for the most part healthy. We've got good prognosis. It's gonna get taken care of, and then okay, we gotta do the seatbelt attach angle next, which is, I feel like I'm missing something. Oh, I am missing. Huh. Missing this one. We gotta put this guy in right here. But that's life, right? There's people who have way worse situations where maybe the options are limited for treatment and other things, and I'm honestly in a very, very good place for long-term health, so I've got nothing to complain about. Let me take some pictures of all that stuff we just installed. Oh, getting older is the worst. Like, I literally, I will wake up tomorrow and I won't be able to walk. Like, it'll take me like a good 20-30 minutes to get the blood flowing. I usually have to take a hot bath, maybe some Epsom salt. But it's just and it's not that I'm doing hard stuff. It's just like the crouching, the bending over, all that constant stuff. I mean, I still go out dancing, but I only have one good leg. So the joke is I go out dancing and I can get low, but I can only get low because I have one good leg left. And And that tears me up pretty bad too. Like I wake up the next day and I'm like, I need to see a physical therapist, please, or a massage therapist or something. But again, you know, like I said, I mean, everything I'm getting taken care of is gonna get treated, and it's got good outcomes. So there's way worse situations I could be in. Okay, this is the last piece we need to put in. And then we can start assembling, like actual, like final assembly. So you've met Chloe, she's our stream mascot. Follows gets her a virtual treat. Subs get her a real treat. And with those fancy channel points, you can make me do exercise things and a bunch of other things, but yeah, mostly I'm just glad you're able to drop in, because it's always nice to see new people watching me build, because you know, that's the whole point, right? It's like, oh, the reason I stream this is, you know, to give people something they wouldn't see every day on Twitch. Okay, so this part is now fully assembled. I'm gonna clean some stuff up so we can read these. Just put that where we can back later. So, as you can see, this went from what was a single sheet of aluminum to a bunch of parts. They're on temporary fasteners now, but they'll have permanent fasteners in a minute. And this is essentially how we're sitting on the plane. Imagine the seat is where I sit. That's roughly where the seat would be on the side of the plane, just angled back a little bit more. So, and it sits two people, so there's this piece, and then two people a little bit, not quite that wide, a little bit closer together, but there's two people on this part. So there's this side and the part on the other side. That being said, it's very stiff now, it's very square. Now we get to the fun part, which is we have to rivet all of this together. And so, for that portion, I think I'm gonna lay it down over here. That's what we're gonna do. Lay that down there, and on a block of over. There we go. Now everything is nice, smooth, and square. And now we need to do our assembly on. And the way I like to do this is working from the front to the back, because it's easier that way. Okay. And we do have to double check things because not everything gets put on. So anything you see in red up here, in here, this will be easier. Anything you see in red in here, we're not installing stuff in. But there's also this piece here, we're not going to install rivets in either. And or this gusset. So I'm going to get a red Sharpie and I'm going to mark that out. So from here, that way, we did want to drill it up, but we're not going to install rivets. To here. Okay? No rivets are going to go there. And everything else gets installed as expected. So we're going to start, I think, with this front hinge, and I just want to make sure, okay, that goes there, that's flush there. Perfect, and I just want to compare to the other side real quick. Yep, all that looks good. No rivets in any of those, everything else gets riveted. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we need to start putting rivets. We got to find out what rivets we need to put on this bad boy. So I'm going to move this guy for a split second. Just because I want to check some stuff here. And if we look at this guy, 44s, 44s. Section G is 44s. The bolts which we have all the bolts we need here. The 2 bolts for that. These are all 44s. These don't get riveted. Section F. Okay, that's all fine. Section E for the upper, that's all bolts, that's fine. This gets 44s and 2 bolts. These are all 44s. These are 44s. These we're making the holes, but we're not putting them in. Alright, because you notice they have the crosses, they don't have the actual rivets. So these are holes for rivets, but we're not putting the rivets in yet. Alright, because it says holes for the rivets, not the rivets. These are 44s. 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 Detail D is 44s. The 2 bolts which we have already. More 44s, that's fine. 44s. Okay, I don't see anything that's not a 44 on here. That's going to make life fairly easy. Like I said, that's going to make life real easy. So, we're going to go ahead and put this back up where we had it. And then we need our rivets, which are going to be 44s. Which, what do you know? I've got a ginormous bag of PCP 44s. And what these are is these are stainless steel rivets. So, we're just going to start placing these in where they belong. And then we're gonna rivet these in place. So we weren't putting any there. Or we're not putting any here. But we are putting them all the back ones, so. What I do want to do, just to make sure everything is lined up the way we want it, is I am going to put a few more temporary fasteners on that upper row. And then is this lower part riveted? Yeah, that's all riveted. For the rivets, they're done by weight, so they throw a few more extras in there, but I have the part numbers for everything. Like if you needed to replace a bolt or something, the hardware that goes into airplanes is one-time use, because basically it has a special coating on it to prevent rusting, but that coating works by consuming itself, similar to how a zinc works on an airplane, or sorry, on a boat. So you can't really reuse any of that hardware, so you have to reorder it. Yeah, I've got a whole kit of hardware with part numbers to order replacements when I need them. Yeah, that's kind of what you do. Do you guys want to see this view, or do you want to see this view? Or we can go back and forth. Okay. And I could also actually do that so you can see a little bit more of the part. But any camera view, any adjustment, if there's something you want to see in detail, don't hesitate to ask. This camera right here is on a clamp, so with a 25-foot cable, so I can literally put. The other cameras are more fixed, so the one facing me is kind of attached to my laptop, so I have a lot of limitations on how much angle I have on that, just because of the nook it's in. The one overhead, which is the one in the top left corner, that is kind of fixed in place, attached to a whiteboard. And this one I can kind of move around a little bit, but not a ton. The cable's a little short. Oh, this is a very spicy song. Sounds kind of Latin-ish, Latin-esque. What's the term? I don't know what the term is. Like a samba or something. I don't know. Maybe Brazilian. And the reason I'm putting these in is because these temporary fasteners help to align things. And I don't like to typically put, I don't like to typically rivet things. More than, I like to keep the holes like every other hole when I go to do this kind of stuff. It's gonna get, you're gonna hear a bunch of, you know, loud noises because air tools, but this is what we're gonna use. This is a pneumatic riveter, so an air hose gets attached to it. And it works just like a regular riveter, except you don't kill your hands. I think, yeah, we're gonna do this set of rivets, then we're gonna put all the bolts in. Actually, no, I wanna put all the bolts in first. Let me put all the bolts in first. I'm not gonna put the nuts on them, but I wanna at least put the bolts in. For the ones I can put in, and then we'll go from there. And the reason I wanna do that is because the bolts will help align it too. We're not gonna tighten them down, we're just gonna put them through. Some of these are tight fit, some of them aren't. All these motor mount ones are tight fit, which is why I want to put them in before we start riveting. We don't need to tighten them because these bolts are such tight fit that they barely go in the holes anyways. But like I said, we definitely want to put them in before we start riveting. And in fact, what we're probably going to do is we'll probably put in these bolts, do the first set of rivets, then go back and install all the bolts, and then finish riveting. These bolts and the two back here are less important because those are not tight fit holes, but the motor mount ones are tight fit holes, which is why I'm concerned about getting them in place now. I'm not strong enough for this chap. Full power, I swear. Almost there. The problem with these tight fit holes is you got these bolts barely want to go in. Oh, and you get into these situations that I'm dealing with right now where it's like, I am not strong enough for that. I'm out of breath just from saying that. You wanna laugh? This playlist is allegedly a photography kit. Tell me how that makes sense. Huh. And I think the reason they call for tight fit holes on these bolts in particular is because these are the bolts that are holding the engine, so they're probably the ones that are going to see the... Other than something that's like full circuit. Done. In fact, I'm gonna move the camera. We'll move it back here shortly, but I'm gonna move the camera real quick because I'm putting it up. Oh no. Oh no. Dog, what did he do? She always, like, I love my dog, but she has this way of wrapping herself up tables and people. I just don't know how she does it. I don't know how she does it. There we go. Yeah. So those holes are just barely the size of these bolts, so. Gonna kind of wiggle them in place to get them to go in. And some are tighter than others, but they tend to be pretty tight. Like, I won't be able to push them out without like hitting with like a center punch or something. Ironically, we actually have to leave these top four loose because we have to take them off later to put a windscreen in, but we still want them in for alignment, so. Alright, cool. Those are in. Okay, I feel better now. Those are in. These are in. Okay. We got our thing on our wood blocks. Okay, we can start riveting now. So we're gonna change our view back. We are going to take pictures. I was going nutsos. Alright, okay, now we're going to start front to back and work our way this way. So I just want to spot check one more time before we do this. I know all that is red. I know those two are red. I know all this gets done. I know this is empty and these four, right? So 4 and 4. 4 and 4. Everything else gets riveted. Okay. Yep. Alright. So let's work our way around. My headset is dying. Okay. Hi Casanova, how are you? The airplane is coming around pretty well. Did I misspell plane? Oh, okay. We are almost... Oh. We are doing final assembly of this part, so we're making good progress here. No thank you. I don't want to know. I know it's thousands and thousands. Forget how many rivets. Think about this. For every rivet, I've deburred at least 4 things. Right? For every rivet, I have to deburr at least 4 sides of a hole, right? Because you only rivet something you're attaching to something, which means each piece has 2 sides to every hole. So, yeah, I don't want to think about that. How much deburring I've done is scary. I mean, I'm on my second bag of almost 2,000 rivets, so I used, I think 20, I used like 3 dowsing on the wings, at least. And then a similar amount on the, oh, I should drink something, huh? Okay, so I've had to replace probably about 15 to 20 rivets. Where like either they didn't squeeze correctly, or I screwed something up. But most of the rivets I've had to replace is because they just didn't squeeze correctly. For a little while, this rivet gun started acting up, and about half of the rivets I had to drill were because of the rivet gun. But I took it apart off stream, cleaned it up, re-lubed it, got rid of some debris that was stuck on one of the jaws, and it's been working great ever since. So. So here's the size of it, but a little bit more than twice this many, and they stop like feeding correctly, especially when I'm riveting vertically. To give you an idea of how many rivets I've done, okay? To give you an idea of how many rivets I've done. That's almost entirely stems. So but like around 20 is how many I've had to like redo. 15 to 20, no more than 20. Now that doesn't count, actually, yeah, no, that doesn't count parts that I completely replaced, because there was 1 or 2 parts that I messed up and I didn't have to drill out the rivets. I just completely like remade the part and put new rivets in. So keep that in mind when I say 15 or 20. How have you been, by the way? I feel like you've been working insane hours and I've barely seen you, and I'm really glad to see you in chat. I know you resubbed and ran the other day, but I really appreciate the sub, and I still owe Chloe a treat, so as soon as we're done with this little set, I'm gonna go get a treat for her, and she's gonna get your sub treat. Yeah, she's pretty full, that's why they start falling out. When you see them start to fall out like that, it's because she's pretty full. I will be right back because I'm gonna go get Chloe's treat, and then we will remove some more things, put some more bolts in, tighten some bolts, and then do the last set of riveting. Maybe we might have to do 2 more sets, but we'll be pretty close. Ooh, that's pretty freaking cool. That's pretty freaking cool. I'm making a pizza sourdough. I've posted a handful of pictures to Instagram, but I will be posting more. I will be posting more when I'm done building tonight, because we did shape the dough and set it to cold ferment, so I think this looks like it's doubled, so it's going in the fridge. Where's my lid? Where's my lid? Oh, great. Maybe... maybe not. We'll leave it out for a little bit longer. That's fine. We'll leave it out until we're done building. Maybe like 2 more hours. We fed it pretty recently anyways, and this is a pretty... It's been kind of cool, so... Okay. We've got our treat. Oh, huh, that's funny. This way, hey, this way, this way. Oh, she loves wrapping herself around it. Come this way, come on, come on. Come this way, this way. There you go. Alright, sit. No. Sí. Platica. La otra. No, no. Dale para allá. Dale para allá. Dale para allá. Siéntate. Siéntate. Sí. Platica. La otra. Hey, 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 hey. Down. And, hey, down. Over. Over. Good girl. There you go. You could thank Casanova for that one, Chloe. Do I want to know how you got banned from... You know what? Don't answer that. Yeah, I trained her half in English and half in Spanish. My main voice is in Spanish, unfortunately. And I hate it because I sound like my dad. But my mom passed away when I was very young, so my main voice is definitely from my father. Okay, we're gonna flip this over now. Actually, we're gonna put this over here. This is gonna be a lot easier. Okay. And we're gonna change our camera view here. Give ourselves a better view of what we're doing. Oh, okay. That explains the Casanova. Casanova. Casanova was the name of a Cuban restaurant. Casanovas in Florida, where I grew up. Let's see how that looks. Perfect. Yeah, we're gonna install those bolts now. So, not a lot to see. I mean, it's just bolts, but I think they're 3/8. Might be some 16s, but I think they're 3/8. Yeah, they are 3/8. Okay. We want at least 3 threads off the end of these. And 2, 3. Yep, we're good. Okay, that one's good. Okay. Okay. Those are in place. Fantastic. It is a nylock nut with a, here I'll show you. It is actually a screw head because they're flusher. So it's a machine head screw with a nylock nut and a washer. And these nuts are actually coated with a special coating that will consume itself instead of the base material, which is why you can only use them once. No Loctite. They are locking nuts. You don't need Loctite on them. Basically, any nut that is not subject to rotation, you can use a locking nut. You can use these type of like nylock locking nuts. If it's subject to rotation, you either have to use a castellated nut with a cotter pin. Yeah, you have to use a castellated nut with a cotter pin if it's subject to rotation. These are not subject to rotation. And then in the engine bay, you can't use these because it gets too hot and it softens that plastic. So in the engine bay, you either use all castellated nuts or you use high temperature nuts, which have a different material for this. But you typically, what you end up doing is you end up using locking nuts that are different from this. They're a little bit shorter. They're a little bit shorter, but they're basically crimped at the end. So they're self-locking in that manner. No, they're guaranteed to hold per the specs with the nylock, but you never reuse this hardware because of the coating it has. So this has like this has some kind of plating on it, like what's an I've taken a class on this and I know what the coating is, but they have a coating on them that basically with the similar materials it'll eat the coating and not the nut. Yeah, airplane hardware is actually very interesting, which is why I took a class on it. Yeah, airplane hardware is actually very, and then so you have minimum torque values, although the average human for this size nut gets the torque just right, surprisingly. They've done testing on this. But what you need to guarantee that these nuts lock is you need to have at least 3 threads showing. And then the other thing is you can never use more than 3 washers. Doesn't matter on what side you put the washer, but you can never have more than 3 washers in case you're trying to fix the spacing. So if you needed to use more than 3 washers, you should be going to a bigger nut, or sorry, a smaller screw. That being said, we've got 4 more screws to put on this, and we're gonna tighten this guy right here. We're not gonna tighten the top 4, but we are gonna install the top 4 because the top 4 don't those don't get put on permanently yet. But we're gonna keep working on the bottom first. Oh no, you're fine. I don't remember. It might be phosphate. I don't remember. Look up aircraft Navy standard. AN basically. All the part numbers. So these screws are either AN or MS military spec or AN, but most of the ANs have the same coding. Let me see if I can find the details somewhere. There's like the screws that I'm using are AN 525 10s. So if you search that, it should give you some details. And the nuts I am using are AN 365-1032As. The 1032A is the locking one. The 1032 is the one that's castellated. So the standard started off with outlocking nuts. They were all castellated nuts. So the alternate is the one that is not drilled, and the one that is drilled is the default part number, which I think is an interesting anecdote. The other thing you can do instead of a cotter pin is you can also use safety wire. God, these are hard to put on, but they're supposed to be. It's just really annoying because like it hurts my hand to put these on. But they're intended to be tight fit holes. You don't want any play on here because these are the bolts for the engine mount. I'm gonna sit down real quick because I just Oh, I'm cramping up. I'm getting old sucks, chat. I don't recommend it. Don't get old. Oh no. I hope I don't have to hammer this one in, but not being friendly. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move this part because I can't get I can't get this bolt in without pressing down on it. I'm not gonna do it sideways. Oh, that's annoying. I am not strong enough for this. Almost there. Almost there. Come on. Ignore my noses, chat. No. We're gonna do something I shouldn't do, but I'm gonna do it anyways. We're bringing out the mallet. You know. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. I should have used the mallet, but I used the mallet. But I just don't have the grip strength for that, and on top of that, my right hand, I have some kind of nerve damage in my right hand. Back when I used to do CrossFit like a crazy woman, I caught a lift wrong. I caught a clean and jerk wrong, and what ended up happening was that I cut my hand in a weird way. Oh no, Chloe, no. I caught a clean and jerk wrong, and There's no bone damage, but I think I have a pinched nerve or something. Because essentially, like, I don't have, like, grip strength in my hand. So I struggle to hold on to it. Ugh. Okay. Oh, okay. That part is done. Oh. Yeah. I did it to myself. I thought I was still an athlete, and I honestly just caught a lift really, really badly, and it was like a heavy PR, and the girls were egging me on, and I took it to my ego. It was a mistake. Now this one, if you guys can get a good view of this one. This one up here, we're gonna install these two. We're gonna put the bolts here, but we're not gonna tighten those because those bolts are gonna have to come out when we have to put in the windscreen. So. Okay. Okay. Oh. Why am I so out of breath, chat? Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, you know, actually more flexible. So that's part of the being able to sit that way. Working up a storm. Those are just gonna go there. We're not gonna tighten those, but we are gonna tighten this bottom one. Again, that's because the windscreen has to go up there, which is also why we didn't rivet that upper half. So we put the windscreen in. Those top four don't get put in affixed permanently. Really? Well, that's gonna be a problem, chat. Okay, well, I guess we're doing this the hard way. We're doing this the hard way. This is gonna take a while, chat. No, this is why I stopped working on things. I got tired of hitting my hands. So I didn't go into the trades. Okay. Okay. That's done. I'm not gonna put these on until later. Okay. Okay, chat, that's done. Now we can go back to riveting. Oh, I'm tired. You know what? Why don't we just install the last bolts we have now? Since we're doing bolts while we're at it. We're here. You might as well. And these are easier because these aren't tight fit, so these should just slide right in. Like the ones we just put in, which were in. These I should be able to put in by hand. Yep. Like I don't even need a screwdriver for that. I literally just push it in with my thumb. Oh, sometimes, you know, I wish I didn't have boobs, because getting poked in the boob is not fun. Just say that. How? Why am I doing this again? Why did I think it was a good idea to think I can build an airplane? How did I have the audacity? I don't know. I don't know how I had the audacity to think I could build an airplane like. Woo! God, I'm old. Everything hurts. I don't recommend getting old, chat. Don't do it. Not worth. Yeah, so if you have a bolt but you're worried about it coming loose, you should probably torque seal it, but which is basically just like this, like it's almost like RTV, but it's like a special like wax RTV, so that you can tell if a bolt has rotated from what you originally put it in. None of these bolts are subject to rotation. They're all in shear, so in theory, that shouldn't be a problem for it. Okay. Alright, let's go back to what we were doing, which was putting in rivets. Hey! Nisha, thank you for the sub. Oh my god. I gotta go get a treat for Chloe. Hi Nisha. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. We're gonna go get the puppers a treat. Cause subs get the puppers a treat. Oh, wrong one. That one. He's there somewhere. I swear. Oh, she's like right behind the, she's right behind the grinder. But we're gonna get her a treat. I will be right back. Welcome. We are trying to finish off the assembly of, we're trying to finish off the assembly of this part right here, which is the left side panel of the fuselage. So it's like right where your feet are. Your feet go here and your butt goes here. But Thank you so much for the sub. Let me go get a treat. I will be right back. And sorry I am in Darth Vader mode. We're grinding some aluminum earlier and we don't want to breathe that stuff in, so. Sourdough that I'm making, a pizza sourdough. There's some pics on the gram. I'm going to post some pics later. We finished forming it and prepping it today, and we're going to bake it tomorrow morning before I go to a picnic. And it's out of breath. I have. Oh, here we go. No butter sheets. So, the good stuff. The good stuff. Do you want me to just give her the treat? Or do you want her to get to do some tricks? Oh, my bad. Wait, you gifted the sub. Oh, I thought Nisha was here. Oopsie. Oh, come this way. Well, regardless, she gets a treat. Thank you. Ah. Hey. Hold on. Hey, slow, up, stay up, slow. There you go. Sorry, I didn't have my my activity feed. I just saw the sub alert pop up. Oh no, she's wrapping herself up in cables. This isn't good. If the cameras freeze, you know what happened. But we are going to start removing some of these so we can finish doing our things. So. Thank you so much. Are you at the top of the leaderboard yet? I feel like my other regular viewer Arthur is probably at the top of the leaderboard, but he just had a baby, so he hasn't been on much. We're almost done. Hey! Oh, I've got visitors. The stream is live, you're being recorded. How is everyone doing? How is D&D? Oh, I know. Every time you guys would have something exciting, she would go crazy. No, don't apologize, it was great. I'm like, good things are happening at D&D. I'm like, I was telling chat later on, I'm gonna get the backstory on all the events that happened.
No, when I clean up all the metals with these grinding wheels, it gives off a lot of aluminum dust, and you don't want to breathe that crap in because it's been linked to Alzheimer's. And I already have CTE, so I don't need worse memory. You guys want the tour of the stream setup on all the cameras, or? So tail is done, wings are done, all the control surfaces are done. That is the front right of the fuselage, which is basically done until I have to attach it to that. I am going to be done with that left side of the fuselage tonight, which is going to be the same spot as that one. And then next weekend, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with organization, because I gotta put this horizontal so that I can attach those parts to that, because that's the next step. I may take down the rig. I haven't decided yet, but even if I take down the rig, all the exercise equipment's gotta move somewhere. And yeah, what I need to do though is I need to get rid of those boxes, and then I need to get rid of the TV box and the shelving that's in there, because I can move some of the parts that are up there into that shelving and put one of those probably against the wall or something, make myself more space. I don't know, or I can give up my parking, but I don't want to give up my parking. And if I give up my parking, I'm technically in violation. He's very strict. I get messages. Yeah. I get messages all the time about how my Christmas lights are still up, even though they're green, and how my flag is tattered and I need to replace it, even though I was purposely leaving it up to see how poor it can get to piss off some military folks that happen to pass by all the time, that I happen to know because, you know. No, she never gets attention. She didn't just get 2 treats for subs. Okay, I think we are ready for the second to last round. Please don't come on. Yes, I am. Well, I was doing bolts and now I'm riveting. Let's see, what is chat saying? Why do you want to piss off the military? I don't want to piss off the military. I have a friend who's in the military who used to come for dinners and stuff, and it would annoy him, and I was annoying him, not necessarily the military. Have you looked at them? Have you looked at them? Have you looked at them? I went for a good 2 years before I curved the first one, and then I curved 2 of them the same time, medicated, coming back from the hospital, at a freaking. It was a Carl's Jr.'s drive-through that had an exorbitantly, stupidly spaced curb. Like, the thing was literally this wide from the wall. Like, it didn't make sense that it was that wide. Like, most curbs are like this wide. It was literally that wide. And I heard the crunch and I was like, oh no. And we don't want to talk about the, actually, I'm not going to talk about that because HOA is here. The HOA is here. I don't want to admit to this in front of the HOA. Yeah, you think she doesn't, you think she gets attention? Never, right? Never. So how did the session go? It had been a while. Or is this a new campaign? Is this a repeat of the old campaign? Oh, we finally got to, we finally solved the age-old dilemma of scheduling. Oh, okay. We'll see how long the wife is not mad. Yeah. We can cut it short so we can have another session in 2 weeks. You know, we don't have to stay here till 1 in the morning. Although if I am, you know, if I am up at 1 in the morning, you know, it's nice to get text messages of like, hey, did you not realize what time it was? Because most of the time the answer is no, I didn't realize it was 1 in the morning. I'm like, I'm getting this done tonight. Hey, that age, I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm barely gonna be able to walk. Listen, I've got arthritis in this knee. The only reason I get low is because I have one other good knee to pick me up. Okay, it's a 4-day process whenever I go out dancing. I still go out dancing because, you know, I gotta find a wife somehow. But, you know, the struggle is real. The struggle is real. So yeah, we are almost done, and I'm excited with this part. Which one? I talked to the builder last week. Allegedly, he built the crate too small and needed to rebuild the crate. Which... hit by a hurricane? Yes. Yes, yes. Well, he got it, and he got into a plane accident. Yeah. It's in Georgia. But he got hit like last year, or like I think it was last year when they got hit with that big massive hurricane. Yeah, his roof got ripped out of his warehouse. So luckily I wasn't in a hurry for the engine, so it wasn't that big of a deal. I'm like, you know, but then like after that they got into a plane accident. They had an engine failure. It was a what? Yeah. So they had their own kit airplane, not this. It's fiberglass and wood. It's a two-seater as well, but no. I mean, it's structurally built, but yeah. But it's like a wood spar. It's a fiber-coated wood spar, right? So it's a composite spar, really, but it's just, you know, a wood core, right? And then but it's actually really sturdily built. But they had a prototype of the engine I'm putting in my plane, but it was one of the very first ones he built that didn't have a welded crank, and they were prototyping a turbo kit. So right, so what ended up happening is they had a boost controller failure. They were messing around with an electronic boost controller to give them more flexibility to figure out where they wanted to set the manual boost controller at. They overboosted the thing, and the crank gear wasn't welded because they add an extra pinion to the end of the crank for thrust loads, because a Corvair engine is a car engine, so it's not designed for direct mount prop thrust loads. So they put an extra front bearing with a 350 Chevrolet thrust bearing in there to take the load off of the main bearing. But that extra journal and the retaining part that is what pushes the prop loads in is normally welded. But his first 5 early ones weren't. His first 5 engine builds that he did weren't welded when he was first like figuring out the design for that housing. And when he was testing the turbo kit, he didn't have any of the newer engines, so he put one of the older ones in, and then overboosted the thing. And basically what happened was the overboosted got a stress crack, which killed the oil feed to that bearing housing, and then because it wasn't welded on, it snapped. The propeller didn't detach, but you know the bearing the bearing housing snapped, so it was directly feeding the thrust loads. So that was interesting talking to him about the failure, and it was funny because like the FAA inspected the engine afterwards, and the FAA is like, oh yeah, you already changed this. Yeah, obviously that was a deficiency with the motor. It's not really a problem anymore because your design doesn't do that anymore. So, but you know, at the time it was a little scary. By the way, Casanova, I can see chat. I am still looking at chat and working while talking to the neighbors, so don't feel like you gotta be quiet. And they do know they're being recorded. Because, you know, California is a two-party state, so they were informed when they walked into my private residence that they were being recorded. For legal reasons, I am putting that on stream. And I am also making a pizza sourdough loaf Oh, you saw the gram? Yeah. It's a mozzarella pizza, mozzarella pepperoni, and fresh basil, sourdough loaf with like a tomato sauce like base. So yeah. Yeah. Well, I made a sun-dried tomato and basil loaf 2 weeks ago. But that gave me inspiration. Okay, the tomato sauce experiment worked. Let me see if I can make a pizza loaf now. So we're gonna try that. I'm just worried about how I'm gonna store the pizza loaf. I'm gonna bake it tomorrow morning, take it to a picnic, have a couple slices probably, and then give half of it to one of my girlfriends, and see what they do with it. I'm thinking I should pre-slice it and probably just store it in the freezer, and then I could just toast it up because it has cheese, right? So I don't know. Yeah, first world problems. I know. Okay. If you got any questions on any of the parts, the tools, you want to check out the wings or the tail or the control surfaces or any of the junk, feel free. You know what? That's fair. Everyone knows that Chloe gets all the love, so that's valid. That is perfectly valid. Why do you think I get subscriptions? It's not because anyone wants to watch me. I get subscriptions because they want to give treats to the pet. Yeah, she'd bark back. So she picked up that habit like 2 or 3 years ago on the last Florida trip that we went. Staying with her sister, she started barking. She used to not bark unless she was scared. And now the dog in the corner starts barking like around like 7 or 8 at night. So she starts barking. But inside it's not so bad because these things are actually well soundproofed. But you could still, hear it.
Like, wow, it's really all the time.
Yeah, you never hear that. Right, exactly. Yeah, but the sirens are always going. Like, that's nothing new. Yep. Well, welcome to Escondido. Welcome to Escondido. She somehow knows the best ways to get tangled at anything. I don't understand how she does it, but she will get tangled around one pole. What's that? The sorcerer of this thing? Oh, I could explain it.
No, I'm just saying, like, edit them. What are you doing?
So it's got locking jaws that pull back and apply pressure. But the way this thing actually works is, you pull, opens a valve in here. The air then pushes into this cylinder, which is filled with fluid, and it works hydraulically. Yeah. Oh. I've got 2 of them, and technically I have 3 of them, and I hate them. I bought more of these gold fasteners recently, and I feel like I bought something else. I replaced the screwdriver. I did buy something recently though. I think what it was. Oh, I remember what I bought. I bought a bunch of extensions. They were on sale during Black Friday, so like, and I actually needed them, and then I bought some picks for lining some stuff up. That's what I bought recently. I was like, I know I bought something, but other than that, got my pliers drawer, and there you see the 3 horrible hand ones. I've got a straight one, an angled one that you can twist however you want, and then I have that really low profile one, which is super useful. A low profile one is super useful. That squeezes solid rivets. So right now it has dimple dies on it, so you can dimple the metal, but you can also use it to squeeze solid rivets.
Gotcha.
Hey, don't you do quality?
I'm not expecting your
Heard nothing, saw nothing, and I didn't break the laptop, so we're okay. The stream is still live. Fuck.
No.
Yes. Yes, I do need them. So I have to prove that I built at least 51% of the critical components of the aircraft. And you do that by logging all your work and, ideally the photo evidence is undeniable. Yes, but if I wanted the stream to be the proof, I would need to actually tie the streams to the build log so that they could watch it. And I have not gone back. I mean, I save all the VODs, so it's fine. I could do it, but not this nonsense again. Well, I mean, it is working, because it is pulling the rivets, but yeah, it's not feeding back. It's annoying. We're almost done. It's fine. Shh, Baja Blast 0. Listen, sometimes, you're trying to be healthy. Okay, this is annoying. Alright, we're doing maintenance chat. Well, if I had another one, I could just swap it out. Then I wouldn't have a first world problem. Whatever. I never get pets, no. So I took her to the dog beach the other day. It had been like a good year since I've been to the dog beach. She doesn't do this anymore. She's gotten hurt a few times with this. And it was very tragic for me. It was, what? I know, listen, I know she's had a white snout for a while now. Listen, Linda. We don't talk about that. I'm not ready. I'm not ready, and I know that I'm not ready. Not ready. Wow. Her mom lasted to 17, but her sisters did not make it past 13, so she's the only one left of the whole lineage. Have a good one. So I will see you in 2 weeks. I see. Ah. Enough notice. Listen, you are more than welcome. But I was like, why is she barking so much? I'm like, I walked outside and I'm like, there is no one outside. There's no dog. There's no. And then I heard, and then I'm like, oh. Cause I literally was like, she is barking like way more than she usually does. Like, you know. Yeah. Yeah, but I saw the kid when he was passing by, and so I'm like, okay, that's normal behavior, but. I swear I had tools somewhere. Thank you. I would not survive the zombie apocalypse. Good point. Well, you know, there's plenty of. Well, the fuel probably wouldn't last so long. I feel like it's the first thing that people would raid. But not everyone is smart enough to know that airports have fuel. Yes, this is true. Most of them will try and use jet fuel as gasoline. No, because it's basically like running diesel through a gas engine. Only worse because at least diesel has some lubricants. Talk to y'all later. Bye. Oh snap, the payment token was accepted. Ooh, okay, let's go. Nice. So now you can get paid. Money, 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 money. Money. Hopefully this works now. After we did some service and we got rid of some metal flakes. And we can finish riveting. And the neighbors are gone. So yeah, so the reason she was so barky was that the neighbors were antagonizing. Boy. I feel like there might be another one just stuck back there. I mean, those are always nice. Passive income is always nice. Although it's usually not very passive. I feel like the playlist changed because I don't remember this song. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh no, I do remember this song. Never mind. I mean, 2 weekends isn't bad. That's pretty good for like already collecting. Let's hydrate because we haven't hydrated in a while. Ah, we are almost done, chat. Okay. Got about 10 rivets left. Let's see, we've got that one, that one, that one, that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, I don't know how to count, 11, 12, 13, 13. Okay, I was close. It wasn't quite 10, 13, it was close. That's it, chat. That's the last set of rivets we have. Those last little babies. In fact, we have so few left that I think we're gonna go. No, we'll stay with this view. This view, so you can still see the rivets. So, but we are almost done. And then we're gonna talk about the next page, and then we're gonna get out of here so you all can get some rest and relaxation. Cause Super Bowl Sunday is tomorrow. I'm not watching the sports ball game. I'm going to a picnic, but it is tomorrow for those so inclined who watch the sports ball. I lie. I do watch the Super Bowl, but I don't watch the Super Bowl for the game. I typically watch the Super Bowl for the commercials. Occasionally I'll watch the game, but usually the game's not good. So usually I'm just watching for the commercial. Okay. Our part is done, chat. Our part is done. Finito, complete, done. Well, I mean, it's still got parts to do, but for the most part, it's done. The important parts is done. We're done riveting. We're done with this page. So, I think I might swap some of these Clicos over to the other side before we go. I think that's probably going to be the last thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to swap these Clicos over. But yeah, she's, oh, did I take my FAA picture? I don't remember if I took my FAA. But now we have a left side and a right side to the plane. But yeah, I want to swap these over because I have these on the outside on the other one. I'm gonna do the same thing on this side. Okay. Now she's done. And if we really want to see what the plane's gonna look like, this is what the front half of the plane is gonna look like. Are you ready, chat? It's gonna be a little bit higher, but essentially that will go there. Let's untwist this because this is way too twisted and out of focus. Out of focus, I don't know. There you go. We'll have that side there. And we will have this other side here. A little bit wider, but essentially we're sitting down on the plane. This is essentially where we'll be sitting. And this is where the parts will be. Roughly that wide apart because we, you know, two people, but we have sides, chat. We have sides, and they're both done. And they both kind of match. which is good. That's what we want. So, yeah, chat, we have sides. Let's go. All right, we're gonna change our camera angle and we're gonna look at our sides and we're gonna pretend we're in an airplane, a one-place airplane, even though this is a two-place airplane. Are we ready? Are we ready? Let's see, where's the balance point on this? That's not the balance point. That's the balance point. Okay. Whee! 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 Okay, I'm having too much fun. Wait, I got an even better idea. Ready? Ready? Oh, I think I can do this. Oh. This is what it'll look like, chat. This is what it'll look like. Whee! My footie's on the pedals down here. I'll be sitting up there. I'll be sitting up a little bit higher. I don't have a box, but I'll be sitting up a little bit higher. But essentially, I'll be like right around here. And this will be the sides. With like pedal thingies here. Okay. We gotta put these away now, and that means I have to get up. Oh no. Sitting down was easy because I just plopped, but how do I get up, chat? No! Okay, hold on. Okay, don't judge me. I'm gonna try our best here. But being old sucks. I don't recommend it. 0 out of 10. I know, Chloe. You're old too. I see it. But you got all the pets today. The neighbors gave you all the pets. Oof. Oof. Okay. Okay. So, I put the left side that we just finished over here for now. We're gonna take this part right here. We're gonna put it back away where we had it. On the rubber mat with the paper protecting the other parts. Okay. And we're gonna put a big piece of paper to protect that part. Gotta figure out how to do this. Piece of paper to protect that part. Okay. And then we're gonna put the other part there. And then next weekend, we're probably not gonna build. We gotta look at the next page, but next weekend, I don't think we're building. I think we're gonna reorganize this whole space. Maybe we build, but most likely we're gonna be reorganizing this whole space. This part can go here. Okay, voila. Okay, those parts are put away. Ah. Hey, Shackle. Oh, you want more Chloe Cam? Come here. Come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Chat, get what chat wants. We just finished building Shackle. We have both sides of the fuselage now. I don't know if you saw me sitting on the floor and pretending I was in an airplane, but... Hi, baby. Hi, baby. All love you. They all love you. She got 2 treats today for subs and gifted subs. Yeah, we got the left and the right side. So if we look at these plans, this page is now officially donezo's. We're finished with it. I need to pick up some random things I saw on the floor. Make sure this is the right one. Which is up, okay. I'm falling apart. But yeah, we finished this whole page. So this whole page, this whole side panel, we have 2 of them now. We have a right and left side. This page is done. We're gonna put away some random things. Clean this up a little bit, and we're going to attempt put this where it belongs because it's sticking out. This plans page got replaced. Okay. We just finished WXB F12. Okay. I'm gonna move a bunch of stuff over now. This is the cleanup area. Oh, hey! Casanova! 3 gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you. Shackle, you don't have to get ads now. Let's freaking go, and Chloe gets a treat. Let's freaking go. I'll be right back. I gotta go get a treat. I should keep treats down here, but you know, I only build once a week. We're also making a pizza sourdough loaf. I hope she turns out well, but she's in the cold proof right now. I'm gonna post more pictures on Instagram, but I posted a few earlier today of the dough as she was getting made initially, and I was me imposing the ingredients. But I took more pictures that I'm gonna post after the stream of the dough process and what she looks like right now. But oh no, 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 no. Ow, ow, ow. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. Oh. Well, getting old sucks. Plantar fasciitis. I just separated my plantar fasciitis on my left foot. I unfortunately am no longer allowed to post in Discord because I hit my max amount. So I've been posting on the gram. And she just wrapped herself up, so we're gonna unwrap her real quick. Can you guys see her? Okay, good. This way, 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 come on, this way, this way, this way, go, 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 go. There you go. Ow! Hey! Did you bite me? We don't do that. Hey, sit down. Sit down. Sit down. No, sit. Stay. We don't bite. We don't snatch things out of people's hands, Chloe. I know it's a treat, but sit down. Sit. Stay. Stay. Hey, stay. 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 Get it! There's a 10 meg limit, and I posted a bunch of vacation pictures like a couple months ago, and so now I'm not allowed to post anymore because I'm not paying for Nitro. I really need to pay for Nitro on that Discord. That's probably something I'm gonna do post surgery. But yeah, you see, she knows how to like behave. But so this is what I dislike about building. Ready? Oh, actually, let's just look at my nails. They just got destroyed, like working on all that metal. Ugh. Well, we'll paint them tonight. It's fine. But back to the plan. So we finished this page. This was a 4-day endeavor. I thought it was going to be 6. It ended up being 4. So that was actually pretty good. I'm going to go get a vacuum real quick to vacuum some of the metal shavings, and then we're going to do some build tree stuff. And Chloe doesn't like to vacuum. So sucks to be her. She's now running. Running like the plague. She's like, oh no, vacuum! Ah! Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with like an aqua or something. The thing is, I'm going to a picnic tomorrow with some girlfriends, so I have to look presentable. I really should get gels, but I change them too often to get gels. So. Sorry about the noise. Okay, so this page is done. This is WXB F12. We're gonna start with. Oh, this is bad. We ripped a ton of pages. We're gonna start with a drawing tree. Let's see if I get on the first shot. No, I didn't. I'm off by 2. Here's a drawing tree. We just completed F12. So this whole section is now done. She's barking at the neighbor's dog. That's why she's so pragmatic right now. We're gonna find a little green Sharpie because that's how I mark these things complete, as green Sharpie. And we just finished WXB F12, so we've got a lot done. So now we are ready. F18 is practically done, except for the lower skin, but we don't do that until the very end, which is why I haven't marked it green. We're basically ready now to do the fuselage box assembly. So that WXB F11 is the next major part, or we can attach the stabilator and or the ventral fin to the tail and finish that off. I think we're gonna do the fuselage box assembly. That's gonna put everything into a big box, and then we'll go back and finish the stabilator and the ventral fin installation. But right now I didn't install those because the way I'm storing everything. Have a good night, Casanova. Take care, bud. Thank you for stopping in, and thank you so much for all those gifted subs. You are amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got a bunch of visitors today. We got 3 whole different groups of viewers, so it was a good stream. And we have sides of an airplane, and we even got to make airplane noises while pretending to sit in one. So it was a good stream. You were a part of it. Thank you. And we got a bunch of treats for Chloe, and we got a bunch of barking because the neighbors were antagonizing her in a good way. So it's been a good stream. That being said, let's go look at WXB F11, the next fuselage page. We're kind of getting to the point where we kind of need the landing gear and the engine mount. We basically have 3 more things before we need the engine mount. And the instrument panel, we're gonna have to do a custom install for the instrument panel. Stabilator. Stabilator is the spelling. But yeah, we're kind of getting to the point where we're running out of boxes, chat. We're running out of boxes. That's basically where we're at. But the boxes we have left are gonna take a while. Let's go to F11. We can either do F7, F6. I think we have to do F11 to get to that branch first, and then we can do the other 2 sides. So let's go to F11. F11, 8, 7, and 6 is our order. Nine is going to be a lot of work. 9 is the aft lower cabin details. So we're going to look at 11, 7, 6, and 8. Here's 11. This is this is a big page. We got to make sure that there's no drawing revisions for this page, but we're going to be here a while, I think. Okay, we have a general construction order. Holy crap, this is a lot. Yeah, so we have, okay. Locate pilot drill and Clico forward side skins to side skins of tail cone assembly. So I think that is where we're gonna get this box structure. And we're gonna attach those sides to the box structure. Okay? Lower skin to forward side panels. Okay. And lower skin of tail cone assembly. It's the bottom? I think this is the bottom. Yeah, so we might not build next week because I definitely have to make space for that big part plus the front half. Because we're going to be attaching the sides to the tail. So I think you guys have seen the tail before, but let me see if I can give you guys a good view here. Behind that exercise bike, that is the tail, and it goes all the way to the roof. And you can just see the Y that the stabilizer is attached to, which is why I didn't install them. If I can point up there, right? Yeah, there you go. Right there is that little shadow is the Y. In fact, I can tilt it forward so you guys can see it a little bit better, but there's that big Y up there. But we gotta put that horizontal, so we gotta find space for it, and it's about the length of that part already. So I may need to take the gym apart. I don't know yet. I may need to take the gym apart, or I may need to give up my parking. I've got to figure something out. Maybe I can put it in diagonal a little bit. I don't know yet. We'll see. If I move the wings, maybe I can put it in diagonal or something. But yeah, I think next week we might do a just chatting while I rearrange all of this nonsense. We'll see. Because I'm gonna need a space to be able to put this together. But this is 11, so 11 is gonna be this big bad boy. And then we said what? 8, 7, and 6? Is that what we said? It definitely wasn't 10. Because 10 is the lower cabin, which is gonna be done way after this. 10 is the lower cabin details. 9 is the lower cabin parts that you use the lower cabin details on. Yeah, that's 9. That's fine. We're not doing any of that. Well, at least the pages have a lot of meat, so I think we'll have building for a while once we get building, but we need to figure out 8. So here's 8. Okay, so this is how we install the seat. Gotta make some hinges. Gotta find some support angles. You gotta install the seat. Okay. Right, and so we can't put the seat on until we put the lower half, until we do the lower half. So we definitely can't do 8, but 8's gonna be not too bad. 11's gonna be rough. 8's not gonna be bad. Here's the updated 8 actually, because the seats are a little different. If you notice here, there's only one hole in the center. Our seat is going to have 3 holes because we're going to be able to go back and forth between a center mount and 2 side mounts, but we're going to do the dual holes here because we're going to have dual sticks. So each pilot is, the pilot and the co-pilot is both going to have a control stick so they can fly the airplane if they want to. Because you have the option to build it with a single center stick or build it with 2 side sticks. The center stick's kind of nice in some ways because you can sit in the middle of the plane when you're in the plane by yourself. But realistically, even if I travel long distances, I'm going to take the pup with me. And if I take the pup with me, someone's going to be in the other seat, and if I'm traveling with a passenger, someone's going to be in the other seat, so it is what it is. So the seat is a little more complicated with this design because of the extra holes and whatnot. A lot more hinges. Which is actually quite interesting, but that's 8. And then this is the part that we're not going to be able to use. Or if we use it, we're going to have to modify it. But this is the part I wanted to see, which is 7. Here's 7. The glare shield. And 6, the instrument panel. So we're actually going to change this instrument panel. We're going to change this instrument panel in 2 ways. Firstly, I want to be able to hinge it. So I want to be able to like basically like put it on a piano hinge that I can fold forward basically. Right here, this front half, I want it to be able to tilt forward. And we need to extend it vertically. So we're probably gonna get some, we gotta talk to our EAA friends and get some spare metal. Because I basically need to make this instrument panel bigger. Because essentially what we're gonna do is we're gonna take from here to here, we're gonna extend that vertically up. We're gonna extend that vertically up and then mount that. And so we're probably gonna cut this glare shield right down the middle. So that it can arc higher. And then put we need to make some kind of box structure and put a metallic panel over the top. It's either that or we put a much smaller instrument panel in. I don't want to put a much smaller instrument panel. So this instrument panel right here is not tall enough for the instruments we want to put in. So we're going to make it a little bit taller. That's the plan. It will currently hold a... it's currently 7.5 inches tall. We actually need it to be about 10 inches tall. And they provide the bend line, so since they provide the bend line, we can honestly probably just customize this however we want. And then, right? Because like I said, what we want is we want this round area to be taller. We want this round area to basically go up vertically that way and that way. And then we're gonna need to make some angle and do some other stuff, so so we'll probably make a box structure up here. But that is a problem for another day. That is something that is probably going to put a delay in our building. Because we're going to have to deal with that. Because like I said, we need to make some space up there. But before we get to that, we're going to have this guy we need to deal with. 11. And that's going to be a lot of work anyways. We're looking at A, J, and B. Where's A? A is here. Upper splice typical right and left, that's fine. Okay. E. Uh-huh. That's fine. And where's J? I don't see J anywhere. Do we see J anywhere, chat? J. Ah, J over here. Okay. That should, so those pieces should align themselves because the skins are pre-drilled. So that actually shouldn't be too bad. Interesting. Okay. This seems like it's not going to be fun to do. Got a countersink detail R. Where's R? Do you see R anywhere? Oh, that's going to be rough. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Damn it, chat. I hope we have enough spacing. I don't think we have enough spacing for our countersink there. Oh, that's going to be a problem, chat. Let me look at that again. We might be okay, but that's going to be, oh, yeah. That's going to be a problem, chat. But, okay. Alright, chat. So this is the next thing we're going to work on. There's going to be a lot to do. We need to make space. We're probably going to make space next week. I'm going to call it here because it's almost 11 o'clock at night. I've got to clean up. There's no point in you guys hanging out and watching me clean up unless you guys want to watch me clean up, but I don't think that makes sense. So I'm going to end here. We're going to do a nice little we've got to give DeJuan back his points because Car Crash is only for racing streams. But yeah, this is going to be the next page we're going to do, and that means marrying the tail to the front half that we just finished today. Okay. So, yeah, chat, we're gonna have what's gonna look like basically a full airplane body very quickly. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to do here, but let's look at drawing revisions. Let's make sure there's no drawing revisions. We are looking for Sonics. Drawing revisions for WXP W11. Let's see what revisions there are for this. Go here, and we sort by drawing, and we're looking for fuselage 11. Okay, fuselage 11. Oh, there's been some changes. So this is revision B. They did a revision C. Should use the parts and plans delivered with your kits. Okay, so revision C we don't have to do. F11 detail D. Where's detail D? Ah. Oh, these are flush screws. So they updated this. They updated this this depiction because this is actually flush screws. So 4 bolts, and then MS 24694 S53. I think that's a flush screw. MS69, MS 24694 S53. Oh yeah, those are flush mount screws. Machine flush top mount. So those are, and they're depicted as bolts. That's why. Okay. That's why. Okay. So these two guys here are actually screws, not bolts. Which means we need to countersink them. Okay, that's not too bad. I think we can do all this. This is just going to take time to get through these plans, and we really need space. Need to make sure we have 40 inches between both sides. That should be guaranteed by the skins, but we need to double check that. That's going to be super important for us. Alright, I've seen what I need to see to do to know what's coming up next. We definitely have to make space in here. So what we're going to do next week is we're not going to build next week. If I do a stream, it'll be just a chatting stream. But most likely we're just going to have a chill hangout where we don't do much. While I kind of rearrange everything and kind of just hang out with chat. Maybe, I don't know. I think that's what's gonna happen. And then hopefully I'll have enough space, and if I don't have enough space, I'll have to figure out how to make space. I'm gonna call it a night here. Thank you for watching. Have a great night, and take care, everyone. Okay, bye. Yeah, I may be on tomorrow post Super Bowl, but I may not be, so we'll see what happens. Either way, have a good weekend. I'll catch you in a draw stream whenever she gets back from her funsies, and we may do a I may do a collab stream with her where we do some cooking and some drinks in 3 weeks. So have a wonderful day and take care.